Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay, so the game that I wanted to review was the. Oh man, was this that game? It is the. Oh, it's so sad. The 3, 8, and 12 Victor game.
Mm-hmm.
That
Okay,
was
I
the
see.
one.
Uh, I see that you actually. So you've been trying like a different builds on Victor, or do you always go?
Okay, so.
I see a lot of variants here, kind of. So I'm just interested in
Oh yeah,
your
yeah,
thought
okay.
process.
So when I started watching LPL LCK, I
Mm-hmm.
noticed the tier path. This was before the Coach Curtis video, so I was kind of trying that out.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then I just been playing around. So, if the team can be bursted, I'm starting to just go like the Lich Bane, the traditional Lich Bane Ludens build. Um,
Yeah.
if it looks like it's going to be like extended fights, they have a lot more tanks. It looks like it's going to be kind of long trades. I've been trying to go the more ability haste build, even though I haven't been building Ionian boots. I was still going Sorks, but I was trying to do like the
Mm-hmm.
Seraphs and the oh my god, and the Leandries. Just been
Mm-hmm.
trying different things out. Um, I mean, yeah, I've been trying different things out basically.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Yeah,
trying to
so
gauge if I'm getting an understanding of how powerful ability haste can be over just going pure raw damage with the ability to have a higher DPS. Um,
yeah,
and just try to play around with that kind of.
so I think there are like two build paths from the Coach Curtis video. I don't maybe like completely agree on the itemization.
Yeah.
So I think like the Lich Bane and I mean Wooden's Lich Bane build is still kind of good from what I've seen. Like if you get fed, if they have squishy targets, it can work. But from what I've been watching, like Victor OTPs and also some
The Lich Bane.
LPL as well, usually now I think people are maybe slower to realize, but from what I've seen, like lucidity boots are like considered super broken now, kinda. So
Yeah.
even I was even trying it on different champions. It doesn't literally work on like Echo, but it's quite good on Silas if you can do it. On Victor, I've been pretty much running it every single game. I think.
Yeah. I,
So I've been doing it. Yeah,
mhm.
go on.
No, no, you continue.
Mhm. Yeah, so I was kind of building it maybe like after my first score, after like Leander's, but I've seen people like because some leagues, professional leagues started, they even went like tier into lucidity boots because
Uh-huh. Yeah.
20 ability haste, it's like just so much
Yeah.
compared to like items that don't really give you any ability haste at all. So you just get access to a lot of CDR quite early. So I'm not completely sure. I haven't tried rushing it yet, pretty much, because like tier kind of fixes your problems with mana. You don't really need to worry too much about mana if you get tier. So I guess in some games it's maybe valuable, but I guess if you can get like a depends on how much money you have. If you back on 130, I mean 1300, then I guess you always just go for
Lost
last chapter.
chapter.
But
It's just so
yeah,
good
but
early. Yeah.
yeah, but for like let's say 900 or 1000 bucks, something like that, then it's probably better to go lucidity and not go for components. because it just
Really?
gives you like so. I would say I think that's like the reasoning. If you're like second base is not good enough for last chapter. I mean, if you're second base last chapter, then you're like doing super well inside
Mm.
that game. But I would say if not, I think that's like the reasoning. Like to see T-Boots. I will try it a little bit more, but s- like no matter how you go, I just kind of feel super good now with like Deer, Leanders, the
Uh-huh.
City Boots, and finishing like Seraphs, going defensive item after that, and finishing off like whatever Void or Rabadons.
Yeah, I think in combination of what you just said, because the problem is with Victor, which I'm glad that I watched the Coach Curtis video, is that you get this misinterpretation that, like you mentioned, that Victor can 1v9, right? And, oh wait, oh no, okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can
Okay,
hear
yeah,
you.
like, he talks about that people get the misinterpretation that Victor can 1v9, like, and the more I think about it, the more it kind of makes sense. Like Victor isn't really a 1v9 champ. He's only a 1v9 champ if the situation suits him very well, right? And when he talks
Hmm.
about the enemies that you don't want to go into, for example, like Zach, there was a game where I was playing against a Zach, and I literally, and this is probably the second time that I played against a Zach, and I guess this just goes into just having to just play against the champ to just get experience, right? Because like I said, I'm not gonna go out and buy champions and play them to learn about them. I'll just play the game. You know what I mean? Like you play, you
Yeah,
learn. So I don't overextend my push because I'm like Zach can just I'm trying to think. That's red side. If you start blue side, so the red Raptors, Zach can just jump from Raptors straight to mid, right? So I can't even push up to halfway down the lane. I'm still gank like, and I
well,
thought, huh?
not really because he doesn't really want to. I think, and probably he does want to skill E, but his E like scales with levels, so at the range of
I see
E,
what you're
so it's
saying.
like
Yeah.
yeah, it's super
Well,
low. So
you know,
you're not afraid to like early ganks
mhm,
pre level like 4 or 5 I think because he puts points in his E to get better
yeah.
ganks. So like
Okay.
in super early game like he can't really do an efficient level 3 gank or something like that. He needs to like do a full clear. He doesn't want to fight for the crabs. Usually depending on the matchup, but
Okay.
usually tank junglers are not as good as
Exactly.
skirmishes. Yeah. So like early game, Zach not really, but after the first buy and like when he gets level
Yeah, it
4,
was probably like level 5,
then it
level
kind of
6.
yeah yeah,
He
especially level 6,
Yeah,
then
he
then you can
ganked me
really
from
super yeah.
river all the way to my tower, and I thought I was safe sitting in front of my tower. I wasn't safe
Yeah,
sitting
yeah,
in
yeah.
front of my
So
tower.
like level 5, I think it's like range becomes super huge, but
Yeah. Um,
it's just the
but
way it is.
so like
Okay, but,
I
yeah.
noticed yesterday I was testing something out. I'm like I think let me look at my I think it was it this game? Oh no, well it was with Ori. And Ori I just had Leandries and I was like I only had like maybe let me see something. I only had yeah, sounds about right. I only had maybe like 100 and something mana, and I'm like, sometimes you feel weak, right? Because when you get late game, your AP, I said mana AP, your AP is
Mhm.
almost like 600, 700 once you're full build. So sometimes when I only have like maybe like 100 AP, 150 AP, I'm like it just feels so low. But even Seraph's kind of gives you something similar to Rabadon's passive with the ability it increases your total mana by 5% and then you get 2.5% per 100 ability power. And then gain
Yeah.
bonus ability power equal to your bonus mana. So
Yeah.
you kind of that kind of acts similar to Rabadon's Death Cap, not in the same sense, but it kind of does as it scales with as you get more mana. Whereas I think Rabadon's just scales as you get more AP. Um, so they kind of work hand in hand. So I imagine those two late was pretty up, but I think Seraph's
Mhm.
as a third item over Lichbane. If you were to go Ludens, Sorks, if you consider like, your boots an item, Ludens, your boot, and then Seraph's is might be a better buy overall in terms of raw ability power.
Mhm.
Um, but I think where Lichbane shines is the passive on Lichbane, but I think the problem with Lichbane is that means you want to get an auto attack range with Victor, right?
Yep.
Which means you at some point are saying, hey, I'm giving you the opportunity to hit me. And I think in this meta right now, it's like everyone has some type of gap close. I mean, Gale Force. Gale Force gives Jin the easiest way to land his fourth shot on who he wants, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like I could see why Seraphs is making more of an appearance over Lichbane. I mean, yeah, it's powerful, but like I said, there's just so many.
I'm not sure if I've seen like Ludens sit into Seraphs. Honestly, like
Uh,
I haven't seen that kind of a build.
Solo queue, we're talking because solo queue, or because I haven't seen it in solo queue, but I've seen a lot in like LCK, LPL, a
Oh,
lot of
really?
tier. Yeah, a lot. I've been watching a lot of
Yeah, yeah,
LCK,
tier,
LPL.
but usually they go for that build. It's like Leanders instead of Wu.
Correct. Yeah.
So like with Ludens, I don't think I'll check it. So don't take my
No,
word
no.
for it. But
Yeah.
I think you either go like Ludens into Lichbane or you go tier into Leanders into uh, Seraphs. I'm not
Yeah.
sure about Ludens into Seraphs.
Okay.
Kind of sounds kind of not good because you miss on the like what's good, super good about Leanders is the burn because Victor has like key that deals like procs twice and burns and like his ult, you know, can keep the burn going, stuff like that. So he can use it like super good in extended fights.
Exactly.
So if you kind of take Ludens and Seraphs, you're taking possibly the worst of both worlds, kind of. You
Yeah.
know, as I said, I'm not completely sure, but it just sounds maybe like AP you get more, but I would say that burn from Leanders or like the burst from Lichbane is more valuable than just having like raw AP.
Okay, that makes sense. Did you
That
want
would
to?
be yeah. But other than that, just maybe consider lucidity boots.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that today. I'm trying Lucidity Boots and
Yeah,
see how it feels. Did you want to watch the review? See
yeah,
how it goes.
definitely.
All right.
So
This is about to
I
be a
have
living hell. Oh my god.
okay. So setting expectations low from the
Nah,
beginning,
it's
right?
it's because just thinking about it is so upsetting. Like hopefully, like I played the lane so well, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
starting to get to that point where I can openly admit I don't feel confident in how to transfer my leads. Like after talking to you for the past maybe a couple weeks, I feel a lot more confident in my lane matchups. I feel a lot more confident in trading. I feel a lot more
Mm-hmm.
confident in and just I just feel more confident in just playing my lane. But now I
Mm-hmm.
don't feel confident in what decisions to make and transferring my leads and where to go and what I should be doing. And you'll see that in this game. And it's literally why we
Okay.
lost the game because I just fucking
Yeah, sure. We,
suck.
we might because we kind of focused a lot on laning phase,
Yeah.
but if you say that you feel maybe a little bit more confident, we'll check it out. If
Yeah, I'll let you
it's
be the
like
judge of that.
yeah, if it looks I, from what I've seen, like the last session we had, you definitely improved in some aspects. So we'll see how it looks now. If it looks like much better than from the first session, then we can maybe start going over maybe like some skirmishes, team fighting, maybe mid game decision making, stuff like that. Uh, so we'll see how it works. Yeah, I share my screen, so it should
Yeah.
be fine.
Let me see.
Uh, right?
Yeah. I can hear myself.
Uh,
Who was that? Who was that? Oh, I think I know why. Wait, is it fixed? I think he's probably fixing it.
I don't know. For me, it's fine.
Okay.
I don't know about your end.
Yeah, I can see you. I can see whatever your screen decides to share.
Mm-hmm. Have you tried experimenting with different runes as well, or do you like go
I'm
for this phase rush?
phase rush till I die. Phase Rush
Okay.
actually saved me before. I was getting ganked, and I procced Phase Rush. It was amazing.
Yep. Yep. That's definitely.
Yeah.
Uh, okay. Let me just fix it. So I found that it maybe lags on bigger resolution, so just this looks super ugly.
Oh wait, what happened?
Just give me a second. Mm,
Do you coach anyone else?
I have like a one guy that I also talk with
Okay, cause I
from
can
time
I
to
can
time.
I was thinking about gifting you Discord Nitro. That'll let you stream
Mhm.
your screen in 1080p instead of 720, and that'll increase the quality.
But my PC is like too shit for that. Even this is kind of stretching it, so that would be a waste of a gift definitely. Unless there are like some other benefits of Nitro. So
Oh, there's a bunch,
uh
but yeah, that's all good.
okay, okay we'll talk like later. So you said like phase rush. I think I agree. Like you can take like a stock standard, and you don't need to overthink it too much. So usually it's good. Uh, Maybe like one thing. Let okay. Let me just let's go into it a little bit.
Uh,
Pyro Elo, that depending on the matchup, like Scorch is good into melees usually,
oh wait,
but
are you
into
sharing your
ranged, but
are you sharing your screen or something?
yeah, I am. Can you see
Oh,
it?
now I can. Oh, now I can.
What about if I open the web page? Can you see the web page?
No,
OPG.
I think oh you oh man. I
I'll
did you
just try.
Yeah, I think you're just sharing Discord. I think you have to share your whole screen instead of the application. Not sure.
Yep. No.
Ah, better.
Okay. Yeah. So like, it's just about this Scorch.
Did I take
Uh,
Scorch? What is
Usually like versus
Oh, I did take Scorch. Why is
yes, I think like versus Vega or stuff maybe, but probably like this is better in like
S-
long range, kind of pokey. I mean, when you're both looking to scale, not looking to, you know, like force him out of lane or whatever.
uh-huh.
You can't really do that early too much. Victor is good into melees because you can kind of abuse your Q and poke and everything. But it ranged like usually you can like use your E's, but it's not going to be as effective, because they don't have to walk up for your Qs. And like if you like use it too much, you run out of mana and stuff like that. So like versus Sakal, yeah, I've seen like I don't know, I watched Showmaker play versus Sakal. He takes this and because he like usually pokes with Q and not with E, so he doesn't waste as much mana, so he's able to
Get more
force
armor.
her out of the lane. Yeah, yeah. And this then maybe consider going for inspiration like boots and I like as a stock. This is good, but maybe like some optimizations could be
Mhm.
possible. Like just try Gathering Storm if you're versus like ranged control mages, and maybe try biscuits as well. But this is quite good, like scaling as well. So it all kind of depends. But just primarily this like Scorch and Gathering
Okay.
maybe. But yeah, that would be all about. Okay, can you see the screen now?
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, bruh.
So you're playing versus Veigar. What do you think about the matchup?
I know I beat him. I know I'm good into him because my E, right? And So what I want to avoid from Vagar is not getting stunned. I think his whole
Hmm.
kit is predicated on landing that baby cage, because then he can land his WQ and everything else. I think that's just about it. Unless there's something else I'm missing. Don't get
Yeah,
stunned and
pretty
poke him out. And
yeah,
when baby cage is down, I'm free to just do whatever I want.
yeah, because like Veigar is super weak in lane, so you should, for the most time, be the one like deciding, having first push and everything. So basically, you are in the
Yeah.
full control of the lane.
I don't know if I full push right away because he has a Hecarim, right? And
Hmm.
Hecarim, I don't know if he's running. He's not running Predator. He has Conqueror. But Hecarim's pretty damn fast. So I'm kind of worried about an early
Yeah.
gank. So I don't know if I push right away, but I'm starting to learn from watching other LPL, LCK guys. They push the
Hmm.
early 3 waves because if you're jungle tracking, you know that they're probably gonna go for scuttle, right? If they do decide to go for an early gank, then they might forfeit the scuttle. But
I think
I'm
they
sure
are
if my
wasting a lot of
elo,
time.
huh?
They are wasting a lot of time mostly, and like the gank has
Exactly,
almost
exactly.
no,
Yeah,
like no, almost no chance of success. Like say in this scenario, so Hekarim is running like flash for some reason,
not
which is not
ghost.
usually you go ghost, yeah, and you have more like kill pressure with your ganks early.
I
So
should have paid attention to that. That would have, yeah, I'm an
yeah,
idiot. Yeah,
and it also it's like Veigar, so he can skill like Cage level 2, but I'm not sure he wants to. I think he wants to go like maybe QWQ or something like that for way clear, and
exactly.
I mean he can take Cage, but still there's like with your phase rush, even if he comes for a gank, it's like Hecarim. He might try to get behind you and stuff like, but you know it's not. You're not so afraid. Similar like with Zac, there is a possibility, but it's very low, and you shouldn't be as afraid, of the gank.
Yeah. Okay.
Like if it was like Zinjao, Elise, maybe even Lee Sin, Ekla sometimes that's like cheese ganks. Uh, but in this like specific matchup, because of the mid laner and jungle, you're pretty much free to do whatever you want. And also like your Vi also is looking to be on the map like very soon. So she does like uh,
Do you want to press tab for a
oh,
second?
sure.
See?
Wow, okay.
Yep, you noticed it, right?
So
Just know. Just know.
that's that's just. I mean, she basically lost a game with this because
Yeah,
she doesn't get the
thank
MVP
you.
and everything.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody realized. Thank you. You have no.
yeah,
She
it
tilted
sucks
me.
too
She
bad.
tilted me. She makes so many mistakes. I literally get tilted. So many
Yeah, it's like
mistakes.
this basically means you don't have a jungle in this game.
Thank
But
you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know
Some
what.
people are like, "Oh no, it doesn't really matter. It's not that." I'm like, oh my
Yeah,
god.
but
Maybe here it doesn't matter, but it will eventually. But okay.
yeah, but you don't get the
You don't get the
same
XP. Yeah,
XP
she's level
from,
one off her first camp. Oh my god.
and you probably can't like clear because you don't have smite or stuff. I mean, she has. I guess she has smite, but
You don't have to add a damage from the item. I think you get
yeah,
extra damage from
it's
jungle
just
item.
so bad. I'm not sure like it
Yeah.
actually really burns
Yep.
by yeah. And but this is like the biggest thing in Grand's bonus experience.
And the
So
Omni
who
Man.
knows like how it will take her? But it's like I don't know. We'll see what happens in the game. Uh, so this is good that you're using your auto attacks here. If you start D, you can pretty much start playing aggressive from the beginning. There is like no reason to be full mana.
Well, wait. What did I start? Did I
So
start E? Click on me. The reason
you
why I
start.
didn't. The reason why I this goes back. There's just something that I struggle with because I
Mhm.
remember what Coach Curtis said, high value E's, right? So I just don't want to just E
Yep.
him. I kind of want to E through the wave so I can get the most out of it. But like I said, I didn't want to push the wave automatically because I was worried about the Hecarim. But now that we're looking at this, that's something I'm gonna try
You
today. I'm gonna
can
try
just
to,
like,
yeah, I'm gonna try to be more aggressive today, even if
or
the lane pushes early, and see what happens. If I die, then I'll
yeah,
just
but
I'll review
you are
Veigar.
definitely like looking for a push because you know he started red. Like this makes it pretty much like 100% guaranteed. So if you just hug this side of the lane, there is like almost no scenario in which you die. well, like level 3.
Ah, that's true. So I can shove early if shoving early isn't a bad idea if I know what side the jungle most likely started on, and if I know.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's okay.
It, it depends, of course, on the enemy jungler, what your jungler, what there are like a lot of factors to consider, but usually, sometimes like top and bottom, one of the lanes can maybe fake leash, so you're not like 100% sure, or
Uh-huh.
maybe jungler starts without any help. Like
Yeah.
junglers can, like, their clear is a bit slower and they are not as healthy, but they can do it without leash. That's like what usually happens like play, because they don't want to give information on what side they started.
Okay.
But because it's all usually like one side leashes, and you can just look at the lane. Like, are they, you see like Nash already showed and they're not showing here. So like almost 100% that he started on his red.
Yeah.
And because he's not really like early ganking, he either goes like for a full clear or for a 5 camp. So he can maybe do this or skip. But it doesn't really matter for you. Like, it's like a few seconds different. I mean, not 20 to 30, but still, it doesn't matter that much, like for your early plan. You know, there is just not enough kill pressure on your kill threat to be too worried. And like this C, it's completely fine to do.
Yeah.
Push the wave slightly and hit him, because you also gain like mana full band, and that you also want to stack in it as soon as possible. And there is just no reason to be full mana. And you know that even if you start the Q, it's fine.
Yeah.
Probably is better here, but you can also Q, because like Veigar Q deals no damage pretty much. You can shield most of it, and you can play around minions not to get hit by it. So you should look to start like pressuring him
Early.
literally moments, yeah, when the like, because he's looking like to CS this one, let's say, or this one. So like in a second you can use E, like guarantee E like this, because he has to last it is, or use Q on it. But whatever it is, he needs to be like in this range, like of a minion where he's standing now. He cannot Q from here, or here is too far away, so he has to be
Ah,
here.
okay.
So it's always guaranteed.
Okay.
Like, you're hitting this, you can be doing the same job by standing like here, or maybe a bit closer, because you cannot E from here. You need to be like standing like little bit closer, like here, to do this.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's not like a big mistake, but
Yeah, still a
poke like
mistake.
that, it adds up over time.
Yeah.
Because there's like literally, yeah, this is now fine
Okay.
that you did this. Here you don't have to be afraid. He walks up to you,
I
but
think in my mind, I thought my E was down, right? And there's no reason for me to play up if like my E was down, right? So
sure.
it had more minions, so it's like I can just wait, and my intention still were to like play the lane slow. So if it pushed into me, I didn't care. That was kind of my mindset at that point. So that's why I didn't
Yeah,
step
but
up to just get the E.
you need to kind of not.
But if he knows I'm on CD, I'm level 1. My E's, you probably know that he's not this
Yes.
good. He probably doesn't know this, but if he was decent, he knows my E's down. So there's nothing I could do anyway. You know what I mean? Or am I just
Yeah,
pressing
but
with autos?
his Q is also down,
Okay.
because he
He
uses
has more
like.
minions. What about that? So if we
Yeah,
trade,
but he's walking up to you, and you're so see like
okay.
here he used Q. I mean, he uses it like on these 2 minions,
Uh,
and this is usually like maybe a play that maybe a better player sometimes tries to do, like to see your reaction to how do you react to
oh,
pressure. This is like a pressure by just using your champion. It's not necessarily like a good or a bad thing, but sometimes you can get like a very good idea. Like, if I do this once, walk into him with no cooldowns, and like my opponent starts running away for no reason, then I know like he kind of plays scared for no reason. So I
yeah.
can sometimes maybe try to be a bit aggressive, like
Okay.
intention to trade, so I can maybe try to zone him from minion, stuff like that. You know, it's more like a psychological thing,
Yeah.
trying to assert dominance with nothing, basically. You're just walking up for no reason, but you can't get punished. Like, if he walks up, he doesn't really get punished, but he can't punish you as well. Like, both of you are on cooldown. But if you start trading autos here, see, he's walking up to you. And if he like attacks you from here, if you don't back up, if you just auto attack him back, he actually like takes slightly more damage because of these minions, and these won't cover on you. So you're just like walking away for no reason. And now he'll actually get the first push, which shouldn't be happening in this lane.
Okay.
I mean, you can still probably get it with your E, because your E like AoE, and yeah, but he gets it. So now if he was maybe, maybe a bit better now, he might even look to pressure you with his QW. I'm not sure how he has Comet. So if I was him here, so he got level 2 first, that he like shouldn't be getting, because in this matchup, Victor should be the one that gets the level 2 first. Now, if he was slightly better than he is, so let's see when it happens.
He hovers here because no, it's not this mini, it's the next one. The first melee.
Yeah.
So he should be playing up here instead of playing back, knowing that he'll get the level 2 first.
Now he can recognize that he dies, but you need this to die, and this will always die first. So he can kind of play maybe a bit more aggressive.
But
maybe.
Back.
I mean, it's still Veigar. Yeah, he's still kind of.
Yeah.
Or still maybe even stronger and stuff like that. But it's like fine for him not to go for it. But he could have maybe exerted even more pressure. But the problem here is that he's getting the first push in a lane where he shouldn't be getting the first push.
Correct.
And now you basically cannot stop him from pushing the wave. So this E, we talked about it. Wait for him to see us. If you are just like 1 second like patient for just 1 more second, you guarantee that this hits.
Okay.
Because he has to like walk and hit this. So he will be like standing in place, and it's much easier for you. Now you see how he's now actually okay. So pushing the wave. If something happens, like on the crab or something, he might have the priority when he shouldn't be able to have. It should be you with like priority and ability to on the map. And if he this one was good. This one was okay. Now you might even lose like CS to turret because you're pushing on turret, and you need to waste your mana to like last hit.
Correct.
So it's all kind of could be avoided. Like,
so a question that I have that kind of puts me in this position is also sometimes I think about so you know what cheater recall is, I'm pretty sure. So my thing is like the cheater recall works, and mainly when I saw it was when LS was coaching Sanchovies. It was for top lane. But let's say we try to implement that in mid lane. If I do a cheater recall, this is sometimes why I don't push first, because I'm like, if I push the first 2 waves, I push the first wave, right? Then I slow push the second wave, and then I kind of make it so that the cannon crashes on the third, or I at least have them under tower under the third wave, and I get my free back, and I can walk back to lane. Sometimes I think, what do I buy? Do I just go back and just buy? Now, let's say I'm not going tier, right? I mean, if I'm going tier, then the cheater recall works. So I get the free tier, I come back to lane, they're still in lane, that works out. But if I'm not, do I just go back and get an amplifying tome? Like, is that worth a back? Sometimes I try to figure out what's worth a back.
It's definitely worth if you are not
have nothing else losing. To do.
Yeah, if there's not going to be like a scuttle fight or anything, because if you do a cheater recall, like the wave will bounce up to you, and when the scuttle fight happens, you will have prio a while, but you will have item up. So it kind of depends, like how well did you.
And then I can force a TP out of him, kind of.
Yeah, and then you can force
TP back. Okay.
So in most cases, if you can get like a cheater, but usually versus ranged, you don't get a cheater recall because they can just auto attack and use spells the way you do. You can maybe like push slightly faster than they do and get the first push, but you cannot like stack huge waves in a way you can do versus melees, because melees they cannot do anything. If they get too close to the wave, they just lose too much HP. So they need, unless they're maybe, depends. Like Echo, he has quite good wave clear, so he can sometimes just spam Qs, or maybe Akali, she can like trim waves faster. But even not Akali, because her Q doesn't do enough damage.
Until it has like
Yeah.
points.
So like versus most melees, you can do it without a problem. Like set up waves in a way to get the cheater recall. But versus mages, it's just like the auto attack difference, because they can constantly auto attack the wave, and while they do that, they're staying out of your range. You cannot like harm them because they're ranged as well. So you cannot just push waves as fast as you would like to, because they can always like just trim it and like kill minions, stuff like that. So mage versus mage, like cheater recalls don't happen because it's not possible.
Okay.
Or it shouldn't be possible. Okay, this was good. So you're getting a lot of small pokes. Now you just need to be maybe a little bit. So you're kind of winning when it comes to mana.
Yeah.
Your mana management is a little bit better, and you already poked him out. Regarding resources, if you keep this up, like trading spells, so basically he did no damage to you and you did, eventually you will end up on top. He will have to like base and use a teleport, and you might have a teleport advantage. So in control mage versus control mage, it's mostly about like resources. You are not really looking to kill each other because you just don't have the damage to do it.
I'm glad you said that, because just the other day I was feeling like shit because I'm like, how come I can't solo kill my laner? And I'm like, am I not meant to? Like, but sometimes I feel like I just didn't have enough damage, or maybe I was just not doing something right. But am I supposed to be solo killing people early with Victor, like other mages, or is that like, I mean, let's say that they're decent at the game, right? My level, my elo. Am I supposed to be solo killing them as if I was like Zed?
With mages, like 95% of the cases, not.
Okay.
With melees, it's sometimes possible, even if they are like decent, because Victor is quite a lane bully. Can be quite a lane bully, especially with like electric. Depending on the matchup again, because there are some like super good matchups. Like Zed is quite good for Victor pre level 3.
In my mind, 6. Once you get 6, you're like fucked.
Yeah. Once you get 6, once you both you get 6, it kind of turns. But like pre 6, especially like pre level 3, just have complete like dominance of the lane. And if you poke him, depending, like if you go electric ignite, it's possible. Versus Yasuo, not really, because Yasuo just can like clear the waves fast and engage on you. Versus Ekko, again, kinda, but Ekko can go corrupting potion, so he can kind of nullify. Versus Fizz, it's hard, because Fizz is kind of broken versus Victor. versus Akali, just it is. Versus Akali, Victor is quite good, but you need to play it almost like
perfect.
You need to play it very, very well. Yeah, you need to like play around her Q range with your Q and auto attack. But like we won't go too deep into it. But there are some melee matchups where you can look to chunk your opponents heavily if they do not play properly, and then you might like force them to back at like level 3 or 4 usually, or maybe a bit later depending. Or you can even like solo kill them if they like disrespect and they stay when they should be back. It can happen, but it's like 1 out of 10 games maybe. It's like very rare. And versus mages, it's even rare, like 1 out of 10 games. But it shouldn't be happening usually. That's not what you're aiming for. But if you're playing Fizz into Victor, you're kind of looking to solo kill him. Like from level 3, go for 1 all-in trade, and at like level 4 or whatever, you might look for a dive and trade kills with stacked waves. So like both of you die, but Victor loses like 2 waves or something like that. So it's like first for you. So like control mage versus control mage, you're not looking for solo kills. Situation might change on level 6, because then you unlock your ultimates, and if you do like trades, you can look also blow flash or anything. So it's a bit different post 6, but pre 6 is just about who will have more gold, better back timings, more pressure in the lane, stuff like that.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. So I think you're doing quite a good job. Yes, so you already have like a significant lead. This like not a small thing. If you think about like 6 minions, let's say minions are worth, yeah, it's like 15. So I think these are 13 and these are 17 gold, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. So on average, it's like 15 gold. So 6, it's like 30, 60,
almost
90. So you're almost like 100 gold ahead. And if you do this consistently every like, so it's like this is the what wave? No, this the bounced, so like fourth. 4 waves, 100 gold ahead. Like after a while, you're like 500 gold ahead, and that's basically one component. So after let's say 10 more minutes, if you keep like doing good job, even less, maybe like at 10 minutes, if you keep performing more consistently than he does when it comes to CSing and poking, like eventually that will show up in you having, I don't know, maybe a refillable potion more, which again gives you more resources. Or maybe you have a control board and he doesn't, so it allows for some kind of a, like a gank, or you spot enemy jungler or whatever. It gives you some kind of a lead. You know, and control mage is just like those small leads that you can get, because eventually there will be a fight around Drake or like bot lane, whatever, where it will matter that you have that slight lead. If you do not like make a huge mistake before, this is nice. This is like good. So he just doesn't have the kit to like trade like this with you. He can hit the Q, but like even if he cages you, you can just like walk around the cage and dodge W. So this is like super good like, that you went for this trade.
Sweet.
Because now he's out of mana. So he would basically at this point you already won the lane. So now you don't really need to do.
How upset I am that I lost this game. I was like, I'm so upset. But I guess it's a good thing.
So we will see like what happens. And as I said, so far from this laning, you know, like mistake was that you didn't get the first push. But when it comes to trading as hitting the skill shot, I guess this is like a Victor favored matchup. But still, you know, when it comes to that aspect, you did well.
How the hell did I miss that? Oh, it didn't show the gold. Am I missing? I don't know.
So now he has to recall. And basically, what you can do now, because you know he has to recall in TP, you can just look to fast shot this wave and recall yourself. And then you will have TP advantage.
You might like what's about to happen next if I do it.
You'll see. So you are not you don't really need to look for this because you don't really gain anything by this.
Really?
Well, yeah, you can stop it, but he is not really losing that much because like he's going to TP back anyway, you know.
True. So if they have TP, don't do this?
Like depending on the wave state.
Okay.
But this wave
closer because it's so far back.
Yeah, if you maybe need to push another wave, let's say the wave is like here, the next one, then you need a bit more time, you know, because you need to push this one and the next one to crash it.
Interesting.
So then this would be good because you're delaying it as much as possible and it gives you more time to crash the wave.
Okay.
But because this wave is so far back, so you can easily push this without this like crashing. So this is like a perfect situation for you. You just need to recognize it and now shove it. But you will be able to shove it even without. I hope so. Yeah.
Shoving.
But it's still now it's a bit problematic because it might maybe if you auto attacked a bit more, but now this is not like the best. But you can still like shove this way.
I'm trying to think what my thought process was here. Okay. Oh, he doesn't TP.
Yeah, that's like
Okay, so
actually like
pause here.
yeah.
So he doesn't TP, right? My mind was, even if he TP'd back, if I can get this wave under his tower, he's gonna have to use a lot of mana just to clear the wave, right? And then what item did he back for? Can you tab real quick?
I think it's
Tier.
tier.
So he's still not. So he's gonna lose. He's either gonna lose a lot of CS here, or he's gonna lose a lot of mana. So my thought was, if I could just get this in and then I back, when I get back to wave, or I get back to lane, he won't have as much mana, and then just rinse and repeat. Now he does have tier, so maybe my idea doesn't really matter because he has tier, but I'm thinking it's still so early, so I still have some type of pressure. But that's what I was thinking. And at this point in the lane, I won't lie, I knew I was better than him, and that he
Mhm.
fucked up the lane already, because I was like, oh yeah, he didn't TP back and he didn't do this. I was like, oh yeah, this lane is won already.
Yeah,
And
basically pretty much. He loses a lot. I mean, he won't lose as much. He will
uh,
maybe lose like 2 minions. He's not going to lose as much because you did if you shoved the
previous way
previous wave.
faster, yeah, it would be there.
Yeah, if you shove this whole wave, then if he doesn't TP because there is no Kaon, he potentially loses this whole wave. So
Yeah.
like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minions.
Okay.
But because you didn't shove it fast enough, because you went for this like stop and you didn't like start auto attacking. So you see, there's like a lot of downtime. You're not auto attacking of cooldown. Like
And I'm
see,
waiting
you're
for the
looking for
yeah.
last hit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just like a matter of seconds, but sometimes those seconds can mean a lot. So here, like
The
he
waves
can
will be
maybe
there.
wait. Okay, yeah. Not now. See, he loses like 1 and 2
No,
and
wait,
maybe
pause,
3.
pause, pause. I so I also at this point I'm looking at it and I thought if I back here the wave will be stuck here and he's gonna get back here. But I guess
You just have to start here. There is like no different play.
okay, yeah, so because I fucked the lane already.
Yeah, it's not like a really big mistake because this is still kind of waiting for you, but it's
The
not.
problem is if he was any good, he would just freeze or baby cage it and freeze it there. He wouldn't shove it back. He's probably gonna shove it back. If I was playing someone like you or better, you would realize that and just freeze the wave here.
But
No?
here, I was thinking about even if he TPs, there are a lot of minions and it's Veigar. He doesn't have the best wave clear. And the wave is too far. Like he didn't even spawn. So there is like no way for him to kind of abuse this. Even if he TPs now, he like has no damage, and you just like disregard him and push the wave.
Okay.
Maybe like the jungle comes. That's like the worst possible scenario that the jungler comes. This specific, so that could happen.
Okay.
But it's like I wouldn't say not to be worried about, but it's could happen. But because we can't really talk about the junglers because your jungler is non-existent. If the
Basically.
Hecarim comes, yeah, why should come as well and help you with the push and everything. So it's kind of
Yeah.
like, but the problem you don't really have a jungler. So discussing what the junglers do in this game is basically useless. I don't know.
Oh man.
I
Thank you.
think it's better if it just
Yeah.
yeah. So see now he maybe like loses. He will lose like 4 minions in total
Let's see.
because of this game. So this he lost like I think this is the fourth one. But if you shove so he still loses something. If he TPs, he
Yeah, he's
loses
gonna
like
get
two
all the
minutes.
other
So
things.
yeah, so no matter what he does, because he didn't manage his mana correctly, he will lose something.
Maybe.
But so let's say he TPs, he loses 2 minions.
Yeah.
He doesn't TP, he loses 4. This line that you decide not to push, but in the line that you decided to like push, he either loses like 7 minions or he loses his TP. Like losing TP is still a loss. So
Correct.
you could have put him in a situation where both lines for him are like super bad. Like
Yeah.
losing 7 minions is a lot, and losing TP is a lot. But now you have kind of given him an option out where he only loses 4 minions and saves his TP. Now this is not as winning, so you are still ahead, but you could be like now ahead by a significant margin of some kind. Either like 7 minions of experience, which is like if he doesn't TP for 7 minions, then he's kind of trolling. But then again, if he loses TP, then a while you can look to try to the sidelines, stuff like that.
All right.
And also like one problem here that you might need to TP now. Now you actually might.
Yeah, I
TP.
think.
Depend.
I think I do.
I think maybe his vehicle is not the best, but now you might like end up, if you don't TP, end up losing some.
I think I do TP. I think I'm. What am I doing? I think I'm trying to decide what item to buy. Oh my god, that's something I have to work on that I don't think about. No, I do TP. Okay, I go.
Yeah, it's fine.
So I
Why
go
didn't
Amp
you go?
Tome here and Boots. Would you do Amp Tome and Mana Crystal? I'm thinking Boots, so I can just evade some of his stuff better. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I see Dark Seal, but like I said, I'm not a Dark Seal type of player.
Yeah, like Dark Seal and Victor is, I don't know, like might be like in my opinion it's overkill. I've seen some like Korean like replays. They go then going for Dark Seal, but maybe because Korean like high elo games are much more volatile. So having that like one early game item is good because there are like a lot of skirmishes and gangs stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
more
makes
valuable.
sense. Makes sense.
But for my level of play and I don't know, like from my experience, I kind of stopped buying it because it seems like it's a wasted 350 gold.
Yeah.
Like the way I'm trying to play Victor, I don't really go like for Mages unless I'm like super fed. But even then, I just prefer to get
the standard. Okay.
Try to play like a real control mage. Like no matter how fed I am, I'm still like being careful in team fights. I'm not like doing some flashy plays unnecessarily. Just trying to be consistent. Sometimes if it's super good, of course you go for it, but it's more like 80% is just playing consistently well, and like maybe 20% if opportunity presents, if you like need to hard carry for some reason. But if your team is winning and you're like super fed, there is like no reason to risk it. You just like play normally and win the game. But I don't know, if you're playing Korean Challenger, like all the players are like professionals or whatever, then maybe you need to look for any kind of an advantage, even like 15 AP or whatever. Early game might decide some river skirmish or whatever, 2v2 in mid lane, stuff like that. It's fine, you don't really lose that much, but now, he and actually TP is here.
Oh yeah,
which actually
bot.
Super bad TP from him, but
yep.
Okay, so what
he walked
across the map
what TP? Huh? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was super bad from him. So now he had a TP advantage, he tried to use it. So you can imagine like a world scenario in which that like your decision making that you did on that like wave, not pushing fast enough, could result in Veigar like getting maybe like a double or a kill there, because he saved his TP and you had to use your.
True.
So in this game, it kind of turned out okay for you. He just wasted his TP. But we want to avoid like giving enemies any kind of opportunities, and like blowing TP early and having your TP. Like it might mean in some scenarios that you are the one TPing for this kind of a play. If this was maybe because whatever happened on bot, you cannot impact that. Maybe this time your bot lane was just better than, but you won't always have like better bot lane. So, but if you have this TP, if your bot lane is kind of the losing one, now you can maybe TP to this minion because you played your lane in a way that allowed you to have this advantage. So this time you didn't get punished for it, but it could have happened. So you should be looking. Okay, he TP'd. What are you looking to do with the wave?
Shove.
Yeah, I would agree. If there were a bit more minions here, you can make a freeze and make
I
lose
still
minions.
don't know how to freeze correctly. Maybe next time we talk, we can go over freezing. Like I have an idea, but I just don't know how to go about executing it
Yeah,
no
sure.
matter what.
We won't go
Yeah.
too much into it, but I think fast shine here. But this is also important. This is something like what you talked about, consistency, that you need to work on as a Victor. So hitting your E on all the minions.
Mhm.
This is again, it's like a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
But those seconds might decide crashing again, crashing the whole. I mean, in this case, it won't matter as much. But he probably loses this whole wave, no matter what happens. Use their spells, but especially when you get level 7 with augmented D, then it becomes quite important to be able to hit all the backline minions with your heal. If you just position your laser slightly better, you can hit this basically all 6 minions, and if you maybe wait for this one, then like this, hit all minions. It's not hard to do. You just need to start actively maybe thinking about it and trying to do it. And over time you will improve.
Okay.
Getting the maximum efficiency of on your spells. Okay, auto attacks are good. That is fine. So here, whenever you push the wave, he's going to lose this whole wave, no matter what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's your timing. You might look to do something if you want. So
I'm not sure if I
could you tell me what could be the possibilities here?
Let's
that you could
see.
get, because you
Push wave. Do I have ward tab?
Mm-hmm. Maybe
I have a control. Huh. Do I have a control down in the bush right now next to me? And oh, that's
normal ward. This is
one
their
word. Huh. What could I do? What could I do? What could I do? This is actually a
just
good example. I have no idea. I mean, I don't have a regular site ward, so I don't want to put a control ward down in the jungle. If I had a regular one, I'd put one outside of their raves just to get the free vision down. I could roam top. I know I can't roam bot. Let me see top. I could roam top.
Yeah. This actually looks quite gameable, right? If you look at it.
I don't know if I go
So
there.
it's Nasus, no escape, and he's quite low on health, and the wave is pushing into your orb. See, more minions.
See, if I was a better player, if I was a better player, this is something that I should have assessed as soon as his TP went down, right? Which is why I need to use my FKs more.
Yeah.
Because I check bot and I realize he's not going to get a kill because he's TPing really late and they're already backing off. And then I just scan top and then I know shove and then go top. But I don't do that here.
You don't really need to look at it. In my case, I don't use FKs that much because it's just too hard. I'm not used to it. I mean, it's when I reach a certain skill level, when that becomes a hindrance, then I will start working on it. But at the moment, no, I'm not too worried about it because I have more important things to work on. But here, if you CTP, you see probably see it. Yeah, you see it here. First, you just need to make a decision. What do I do with the wave? Okay, you push it. So you do something. While you're pushing, now you can start maybe thinking, okay, I will manage to push it. I can make a play. So it doesn't need to happen super fast because you have a lot of time, to make a decision. But now when you've done it, even now, if you look at the map, it's a few seconds different. It's not much. It's okay, but you should be aware of the possibilities and you should choose to do something. Maybe there are better options, there are worse ones, but the idea is to at least do something, and then you can evaluate your your choices, the better ones. So warding at the moment is not the biggest priority. You could go for a deep ward with control, maybe depending on if you're tracking the jungler. So he probably goes, I don't know, he probably should go top side, but he maybe goes bot side. It's kind of whatever. But you could go for control ward maybe, but probably here is too dangerous. But maybe a deep one, you could maybe try to do that here or maybe even here. That's a possibility. If you have a lot of time, you can put super deep wards, because you have like a lot of time to do something. Let's say if you are blue side, you can put like a control ward here, or maybe like even here. It's like super valuable. Here is not the best, but I would say on top side usually here is super good.
Yeah.
Like if you put a deep ward here, you will spot enemy jungler so early, like when he leaves the base, you know. And this is like so much valuable. And sometimes junglers do not check this brush because they do not expect anyone to be like so deep into their jungle. So this like these kinds of words like this one and this one, maybe like this one or this, somewhere like here, it can give you a lot of value. And usually you do not do it normally during the laning phase because usually you do not get that a lot of time to do it, you know. But in this case, it's like a special case because he TP'd, and you have quite good wave clear, you can do it. One other thing is you could go for a plate here or for some turret damage because you're healthy. You do not have to reset, so you can start like chunking this and start looking for a plate. One thing you can also consider doing is resetting here. It's like completely fine to reset. Well, it's like a possibility. If there is nothing else happening on the map, and like this play, you probably cannot take it. You can chunk it a little bit, and like if this lane was pushed to here, so you cannot dive it or do anything, you have no control ward. There is like no need to ward anything. You can just reset. If you have like 450 gold, maybe get another amplifier.
If you press X, it'll show you tab X.
Yeah, like in this case, that's not like you don't have a gold, so it would be like stupid to reset. But maybe if they're like it's just one of the options, and like so like 4 options like warding, hitting turret, resetting, and trying to gank a lane.
I think
so in this situation,
hitting turn or ganking is the best thing.
Yeah, I would say if this wasn't looking like this, lane, state, and his HP and everything, then you go for the turret. But in this scenario, I think you always try to do this gank.
Okay.
Because it's actually like so gankable right now. If you look, so wave is pushing.
Yeah, it is.
Kinda. To your ore.
Yeah, we'll push because you have to melee the minion.
Yeah. And look at his HP. He's like half HP, and they're not level 6. So, and like if maybe you were counting also flash, if someone pinged it, it's at least you maybe get his heal, maybe even a kill. Depends, but it's still valuable. You did something, because like opportunities like this won't present a lot during laning phase. Maybe like 1 or 2 opportunities like this will happen every game, where you have so much time and like place. Let's say you're in the right place at the right time to do. Some games it never happens, because your team feeds. You have worse jungler, then like you have no opportunities to do anything. So when opportunities like this present themselves, you need to be able to recognize them and like them, because if you kill top here with wave pushing, that's basically game over because he doesn't. He will lose so much, and like it will set him so far behind. Even if you get his ghost, it's kind of the same because he has to back, and like the wave is pushing away from him. So Ornn is quite like healthy, so he can like freeze and everything. So yeah, like ganking top here. This is like you did like maybe second or third best choice, but this is good as well. So put in a ward because you weren't sure where Hecarim is, but this is also good. I agree with this. At least like you did something. I'm glad to see that.
I did put a ward down. Okay, yeah, okay. Yes. Yeah.
So this was good. So now you're basically protecting both sides for quite a while, and when this one expires, you can put like a control ward, and you should pretty much never. So this ward was pretty. This one I don't know what it did, but it was like pretty good one, like cover you. And now you will even see Hecarim. So this was like super valuable. I mean, Hecarim pathing is a bit showing here. He should be like top side because of the like scuttle and his camps. So he's just wasting time for some reason. I don't know what he's doing.
Welcome to Gold Elo.
Yeah, it just happens, but like your ward was quite, and this is like I would say ganking top is if you were here, you kill him. He probably dies because they traded and everything. But this was like your you decided to do something, you decided to ward, and because you took, let's say, this opportunity, did something, now you spotted Hecarim, you know, because you decided to do it, now you got some value out of it. Probably like this would be the most valuable. This is definitely like the second valuable play because you saw where Hecarim is. You won't get ganked, so you won't like blow summoners or whatever, and like your Vi knows where your whole team knows that Hecarim is there, so it's like providing additional, not just for you. So this was like in the end, it was quite very very good, both for you and for your team. Yeah, you just kite aside, and they can't really do anything. Like he's just okay. He's not losing minions, but this is good because he's wasting so much time. You know, you might get annoyed like with ganks like this, but this is you as a mid laner, you want these kinds of things to be happening. You want enemy jungler to be coming and ganking your lane, but of course you do not want to die because whenever he ganks you, he's wasting time. He's not farming. So imagine he'll like spend like 30 seconds for all of this, and he gets nothing for it. In the meantime, he was just farming. You know, this is gold experience. This is gold experience. Now he has to waste like 20 more seconds to get back to his camps, and he is basically like almost like a minute where he didn't do anything. You know, so basically you just bought your team a whole minute where there is no like pressure from enemy jungler because your good warding, your good positioning in the lane, is his time, and it's like super valuable thing for you. And you just made it happen all by yourself. So it's not as obvious because there wasn't like, you know, you got a kill or gold or whatever, but this is actually like a huge lead for your team, but in a different kind of a way that is not always as obvious. Because your Ornn as well should know that Hecarim is topside because it's so in cross. Now your Vi can take Drake because he saw it. You know, it all kind of like a domino effect or like butterfly effect, whatever. But it all stemmed from this. And like from his bad TP and from your ability to like recognize and push the all those small things added up to you eventually. Like, I mean, she should be getting. It doesn't matter that she's not getting the dragon. She should be. And maybe botlane is resetting, but they shouldn't reset. I guess they're fine. They could. She should be getting this, like in this scenario. But you cannot impact if she doesn't do it. It's like it's not on you. It's on like your bad teammates because I mean she got her item. But you did like everything in your power to help your team, you know, to increase your chances of success. And this is good. So again, your like mana management is much better. Despite him having a tier, let's see, 175, yeah. You are actually staying both more healthier and having more mana. So again, you're kind of winning out. Okay, so yeah, kind of trolling with this now.
Oh my goodness.
Here, probably you have to recognize that this is happening. I guess they kind of ping it up, but yeah.
I know that it's happening.
Okay.
I just, like I said, I was so tilted by so much of her stuff that I just don't even know. I just don't even know.
It's like I played a game of like yesterday, and the enemy jungler, like there were some cases I pinged him like when to come because I needed him on mid. Like enemy jungler was putting a lot of pressure and helping the enemy laner like shove the wave and get good resets, and I was getting help. I was always pinging him like to come help, but he just always decided to do
whatever,
like some other thing that was kind of good for him, you know. When the enemy jungler was pushing mid with enemy laner because enemy laner had no mana, like he was stealing like enemy's blue buff. So it's good for him, but it's like super bad for me because you know they can maybe like he gets a better reset. I cannot punish it. And later on, like enemy jungler was seen on the ward, and I was pinging my jungler to come help me, you know, with counter gank. But again, he didn't come. And like eventually I just realized, this jungler just doesn't care about me. And I just couldn't play the game. And later on he got like mad. He said that he like doesn't trust me because of like one gang that he tried to do, but I pinged him off. I thought it was like a bad gang. I didn't want to do it.
You don't want to go with it, yeah.
He just sacrificed my whole like lane because he didn't trust me or whatever. But I tried to explain to him that that's not how the game works. You cannot just sacrifice a lane, especially like a top lane or a bot lane. You can maybe do it, like split the map or whatever. But especially for mid lane, it's so important. Yeah, like mid lane and jungler, they work together. You cannot play like for yourself. You, especially like mid lane and jungle, they just have to play together. If they do not, then like the whole team kind of falls apart because there's like no this kind of a glue. So even if your jungler is kind of messing things up, you still need to, as a mid laner, it's just like description of your job. You have to try to do everything to assist him with whatever he is doing. So here you should be like looking to push your way. I mean, previously, now like there is no play, so it's kind of fine. But previously, when she started Drake, you should keep in priority because you can do it. Veigar has no mana and your push is better. So you should be like able to help her if the fight happens. It didn't happen this time, but you need to be ready for it if it happens. Here, this is not as valuable. This is unnecessary. Now you are not managing your mana properly because you have like mana for 1E and 1Q now. See, and because like your E is like 190 mana and this is like 40. Okay, so let's say 1E and 2 Qs or 1E, Q and W. So you can do like maybe one combo. But you can just less hit this. There is like no need to rush it. To use E like this. There is absolutely no need. If you want to push it, then you wait for the next wave. And it's better to have enough mana because I guess you will probably have it. But it's just like completely unnecessary, to do things like this. Because see, like now both of you are kind of low. I mean, he did it worse. Now you can just push this if you want. With 2 E's, you should be able to clear it and you get a good reset here. Because there is like no more, unless you're waiting for like specific buy and gold. I guess you're missing a little bit. I think it's 850, I think, with Amplifying Tone. 950, something like that. Question is like, can you buy your item? But still, you are not looking to stay for 2 more waves. That's like too much, So I think this was okay. So here, he's kind of in a really bad position here. So you can maybe look to punish him somehow. So he wants to push and back, obviously. If you play this smart, you can force him to lose the wave somehow. And we'll see what happens. Okay, so this push, but then again, just wait a little bit. You want to eat the whole wave. Because now, okay, he did back, and you are going to push. This is like a very big mistake of him, but he cannot do anything else because he's out of mana. He has to back. The longer he stays, the worse it becomes. Here you do not want to stop this.
No, you
because
don't.
you do not gain anything by stopping. Yeah. It's like same situation as before. He actually loses more by back. You want him to back here. Because if he backs, you just push this and he loses the whole wave. There's you do not gain anything by preventing this back or because you want to back as well. So you want to get out of this lane and reset and get your items and everything. So now he will lose a lot of minions because of his poor mana management. He will lose maybe this whole wave. This is a lot. This is not really a level at this point, but half a level or more. This is like a very bad mistake from him. So here in this laning phase, you just play it much better, which could be seen like XP, like 7 and
Half.
1/3, 7.5, and he's like 6.5. So basically, because he sucks at wave management, he has no idea. His back timings, mana management is very bad. You didn't do anything special because you didn't really force him to. He kind of forced it himself. He just fucked up because he does not have understanding of those like optimal base timings and wave management, mana management. So he kind of lost. It's not that you did anything correctly. I mean, not correctly, but you didn't do anything like to force him into those bad positions, you know. But still, because you played the game optimally, you never dropped the wave. You valued like XP and your mana and stuff like that. You didn't lose as much.
Exactly.
You maybe lost like 2 minions the whole laning phase.
But I wanna touch on that. That's something that I'm very thankful for you teaching me, because like prior to like talking to you, I didn't know of any of this, right? Like you're not aware of, because I play with my other friends and stuff like that, and it's just like I don't know if they think the same way I do, but I'm always like on myself about when I back, how's the wave looking, why did I back here, and this is a good example, I think, because I didn't do anything to hinder him. I just took better backs, and I just knew of something that he didn't, which resulted in this lead, where he might just think he's playing fine, like he's backing whatever but he didn't know that just by not playing, like you said, optimally and really playing how you should be playing, that he dug a hole for himself.
So
yeah.
I think that I'm glad that you, from your play, I can definitely see that you see it like not, you and Veigar are playing on a completely different level. You're just like one level above him. Your understanding of the game is just like one level above. He has like a rudimentary understanding of the game where it is, get kills, get fed, one shot people. That's not how. That's like just part of the game. And to get to that point where you can like one shot people and everything like that, you need to do those things properly. If you do not do them properly, you will get punished. And he might think, as you said, that he's playing well because he didn't die or whatever, but actually he's not. He's almost like 20 CS behind, and he's whole level. So over time, as I said, like 100 by 100 gold, it adds up slowly, and by minute 8, all those things that you did correctly, it's like one level.
Press tab and then press X. It'll tell you X. His total gold is 1990. Yeah, you were right. I'm about 10, almost about 200 gold up. Just roughly.
But it's also not about how much you're gold up. Sometimes, okay, you're 200 gold up, but look on this back, now you have a lost chapter, and he doesn't. And this is like a big spike. So it's also like you do all these things with gold, like experience is, say, thing in itself, but usually it's not hard to not drop experience if you're not a complete ape. Like you just you get like normal recall timings, you don't drop too many minions, and you will be kind of equal level. Here there is like a big difference because he made so many big mistakes. He dropped like 15 to 20 minions in total. It's just too much. Like at this point, the lane becomes unplayable for him. Usually, the gap will not be as big, but usually
it never really is. But I still lost the game, so it doesn't matter.
We will come to that. Let's see what happens and everything. But usually those are like important things. You see like item spikes, because all those things you do to have important items before your enemy has. And if you have them, so you have like Lost Chapter now, he doesn't. Now you just get complete control of the wave and of the trades. So now there is nothing he can do to like to kill you or to push the wave. Now you're completely in the control, and you always want to be in these kinds of positions where you decide, because sometimes maybe you might make bad decisions, but now you will both come back to the lane, and I know if he will even have gold to buy it after this wave. I think not, no, because he like will need to minus. I think not. So he's forced to stay in this lane with having like Tear and this, while you have like Lost Chapter. 40 ability power versus 20. That's it. So you are 20 ability power and a lot of mana up. And you gain mana from this.
And I think I have my augment. Do I? I don't think
We'll
so.
see.
You can click on
You
my
have no
guy.
assist. No, you
Oh
need
yeah, I
like
don't have it. Yeah,
9.
even with cannon, yeah, you need 100. I'm at 60.
Yeah, you need like 90 CS without
That's why I
assist.
hate missing cannon minions on Victor, because you miss out a
Yeah.
lot of your augments.
But still, like this, he cannot like contest you with trades anymore. It just now, like all the mistakes he did earlier, now it will now start showing, because now you have a lot of mana to spam basically your combo on him, and now it starts hurting. Like before this, it didn't hurt as much because you didn't have a lot of AP. But now with Lost Chapter buy, you have enough mana, and
I don't know why I got hit by that for the.
yeah, it's fine. See, like 2Es. This is 2Es. Look, and your mana is basically you don't care about mana anymore, and this is just 2Es, and you will just continue to do this, and there is just nothing he can do because he made so many mistakes like previously.
I
Now
think
you
here I'm
just
trying to bait the. Yeah, I'm
Mhm.
trying to bait the.
Hopefully he doesn't. Okay.
Nope.
But now, like
I think
minute
I
10
see
is the problem.
Victor. I see Hack. What happens here? Oh no, I don't see him actually.
Yeah, you didn't know.
No, we didn't know. No,
You
because we
see
have.
him.
Because Brand just shows.
But
No, yeah, no vision.
this is fine. Even if this is happening, you kind of need to shut this wave in because you kind of lose a lot. But this is fine. Yeah, this is okay. You don't move to this because your jungler is weaker, so you don't want this fight. You're
I
not
don't
moving
think
to
I
this.
attend this.
Like contest. So this is one of the things that you talked about. Like you don't know how to transition your leads.
Well,
You're
it's not
super
at
ahead.
it's not at this point yet. I'll openly admit I didn't realize how big my lead was until it's gonna be later down the road.
Well, like right now, it's not as big. You are one level up and you have finished it, but it's not as big.
Yeah, it's not that big now.
It's still, if he like catches you with his and there are his like teammates, it's still too early in the game.
Correct.
If this
Yeah.
was like minute 15 and you have Jules, you have Ludens and I don't know the name Sheen,
Boots.
you can pretty much maybe go for stupid fight because you're like so much ahead of the curve compared to everyone else. Here, okay, you're fed, but like Tristana is also kind of fed. You know, she
Yeah,
has
I
a
didn't
kill
stat check her at
more
all.
CS.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here, like relative to Veigar, sure, you are in a better position, but relative to the whole like game and your opponents, you are not as ahead. You know,
Correct.
so you're not like stupidly fed. You cannot go for stupid fights, and this is kind of a stupid fight
Yeah, I don't think we even
because
go for this.
just because of the numbers. So your Vi, you cannot do anything here. So when something like this happens, you need to start forcing yourself. So it's called like a cross map. So you know that they are going to do this. You don't need any kind of wars. You have like a ward here, but even if you didn't, you saw Veigar walking, you saw Hecarim doing this, like their bot lane. You know they're doing this Drake for sure. So now you need to ask yourself, what do I get by walking to here and using 1E? Do I get anything back?
Nope.
Right? No. There's like this is just a waste of time. Like what they are doing, what you are doing, it's a waste of time. I mean, they do not have any options. I guess it would be even better to just stay for a few minions. This is like a complete waste of time.
Correct.
Because if enemies are good, you never get anything from this. You know, there might be like one out of 18 or 20 cases where you might pick Tristana somehow. But you know, she just like jumps over the wall or whatever. She needs to reset anyway. So this is like it might work sometimes, but it's like a super low how would you say?
It's a bad play.
Percent.
Yeah.
Just low percentage, and yeah. So what you should be looking to do?
Either
Either
towering at the
you
plate.
put
Yeah.
you could have gotten the plate. So while they're doing this, they cannot like instantly move from here to here. So you just miss 160 gold by doing nothing. No, you decide to do nothing because you're not going to fight this. So why not just take the free gold? Or in the case, so like cross map play, look to do something on top because their whole team is here. You as a mid laner, you have access to the whole map. Whenever there is like play on one side of the map, and you decide for whatever reason it's not a good play, so it's already doomed from the beginning. Sometimes you need to cover. If it's like 4 versus 4, then you kind of need to help your team. It all depends. But like there's just like no, you shouldn't fight this. Then you look to impact the other side of the map. It's not ideal for your Y to be healthier and fight Drake, of course. And this is sword, so like getting Ornn ahead is not as valuable. But still, like look, he's 2 levels up, so he is doing like super good. Your Ornn will be so tanky, so why not like diving this? It's not possible, but still, because like Hecarim is bot, so after reset he's going to go top. Why not put a ward here to spot him? Put maybe like a deep ward here or here to make sure that your Ornn is safe because he's doing quite well. You do not want him to die because you do not want to give opponents any kills. You could do that. You could take plate. You could go look for a dive, Nasus. But in this case, he's too healthy and he has his ult, so it's not really a play. Maybe you could even like kill him, dive, but it's more like a dive. Usually in your reload, people don't do dives because they're afraid of the turret. But I think here it might even work, like a gank or a dive, because your own Ornn has ult, you have ult, you might be able to burst him. But it's kind of a bit more advanced. But like putting ward and taking plate, it's completely risk safe play, and you gain something for it.
Okay.
As opposed to like not like this doesn't do anything, right? So yeah, just always look to do thing on the map to impact like the game somehow, even if it's like a super small thing. But like the pain for Veigar continues, I guess he will have TP up soon, so he might be like just reset. But still, again, even if he TPs, then if he TPs, you have TP advantage then. So again, you have gained something because you did everything better and you just do more damage, and he has no map like to contest your push and everything. Here you can be super aggressive. You can use W him, stun him, even like go for it. I think here this is one of the things what I learned from watching some higher level Victors. This is like kill threat already with Victor.
Right. I guess it's called limit. It's not called limit testing. Maybe it is called limit testing. When you try to figure out like this would be a limit test for me, I guess. At level 8-7, I know I can Q auto E ult him auto, and that would kill him at this point, right? Because I've done it before.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If you stun him, maybe, and either kill him or he needs to flash. But no matter what happens, you are happy. Yeah, you are happy to trade your flash for, your ult for his flash. That's like you're completely fine with that trade.
Okay.
So here, especially because he used his cage previously, so it's on cooldown. He cannot stop you from like chasing after him. So this is like one of the things, like when post level 6, your kind of mindset switches from like not being able to kill your opponents, but once you hit like 6, 7, 8 more points into E, you get your ultimate, you get your last chapter. Now you actually start to deal some damage, and I guess this is just like an experience from you because you didn't try for many those kinds of all-ins.
I think it's just when they just took drag, I was worried that what if he comes gank, but I should have known that they probably would reset. Maybe it's common for them to reset early, but I was afraid that if I just start all into him here, I get ganked. I was always fearful of the Hecarim gank, right? I'm always like, oh, what if I get baby caged into Hecarim, knock me into tower? Because Hecarim will just come from river and then push me into tower. So I didn't want to just overly play aggressive here. That's just
Yeah,
what I was
sure.
thinking about, but maybe.
That's a valid point. But here, see, he uses a cage here.
Yeah,
So
I'm free.
yeah,
And he has no mana,
at
so how
least you.
could he kill me?
Yeah,
And I have flash.
yeah.
True.
Yeah. So you do not have maybe to use ult. Maybe just use W and like deny him this because he obviously wants to do this. You know,
True.
at
True.
least
True.
be a
True.
little bit aggressive. Like no reason to walk back. He has no mana. You know, and like no cage. What are you afraid of? You should be like at least put enough pressure to like push him off of this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like literally walk into him, stand in front of his face. Do not let him like Q. And like this, if you stand here, then he can't like Q this.
Yeah.
So here you should be basically be standing here in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And there is nothing he can do because you're full health and you have a lot of mana. So like nothing to be afraid of. Even if like Hecarim comes, again you're just wasting his time. Now he just gets cannon for free. And it's like this is like I don't know 78 gold, 80 gold. And
yeah, like 60 something. I think.
he shouldn't be up. Yeah. And again, like things like these they add up. Like 1 cannon, 2 cannons, 3 cannons. Now it's like almost 300 gold. No, not 300 to 100, 240, whatever, but point still stands. Here, if he's deciding to stay, again, he has no mana, just walk up. Like you are not allowed. You are telling him that he is not allowed to get his CS. He has to like go back and reset here. So just stand here and completely zone him. Okay. If he decides to stay, not waste his TP, he's just losing experience and gold again, even more. And he's falling even further behind. Now you have a lead, but you're not pushing your lead.
Correct.
Yeah. So this is what you say. You don't know how to, transition your lead or push your lead, whatever.
You want to have a lead,
this is like
start zoning in this situation. If I have a lead like
this.
Okay, so now it goes from a CS lead, now I start getting an XP advantage because I'm zoning you. I try to XP zone you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you are forcing him to waste TP, and then like you will have TP advantage eventually. But even like if he TPs back, you will probably have no problem like pushing the wave because you're Victor and he's Victor.
Okay.
And you're like quite safe with your Ornn and wards here. You can just hug this side, so he cannot really gank you because he doesn't have mana. So there's like nothing bad that can. Here you kind of walked up, but now he will get this whole wave and he will be able to reset TP.
True.
While you could have like played to deny whole wave again, or at least like. Yeah.
I think here me and the Ornn try to coordinate a dive, but obviously no waves, so that doesn't work.
Yeah. This is kind
of. I think I tried to tell him to stop the back, which I was still in that mindset. Like, yeah, I tried to stop his back, but probably not worth.
Mm-hmm.
So he backs here. I think he walks back to lane.
This is correct. Like take a plate here, but only one.
Yeah.
Because like if you stay for more now, you're just wasting now.
Oh, I'm wasting a lot of time. I think at this point I'm like whatever.
You can do this, but now you need to stay on the map longer.
Yeah. I think I stay for this wave and then back because it's cannon.
Yeah, but now is a problem if you reset. Like depends on again what your jungler does. If you have TP, now there might be some fight. So you need like if you back now and then TP, now you're late with some fight or what, depending on how much gold you have for your item. So here you do not really gain anything by getting more because you're looking for a blasting wand, right? That's 850. So that's your next buy.
Would you do blasting wand or sorc boots?
I will go for a blasting wand because if you go like students, of course, right? If you're going for what's the name, Leanders, then you go for Codex or whatever. But yeah, I would go for a second component of an item because sorcs, they do not really give you anything, and you want. Not that they do not give you anything, but nothing really changes too much. But like blasting wand pushes you closer to your first spike, so to your first item with students, and you want to reach power spikes as soon as possible. You only buy like boots, as we talked about in the beginning, if you do not have gold for anything better. So like sometimes it's better to spend that gold on what you talk about, to city boots or complete sorks, because like how much gold? It's 800, right? So if you had like 800 and not 850, then it's fine. You either stay for like one more wave, or you buy sword boots if you cannot stay for whatever reason. But usually, like, you do not really rush sorks on pretty much anyone. Like with this buy, unless you do not have a gold for second opponent, or you maybe need it to get to lane faster to catch maybe a wave, not lose as much XP and stuff like that. But those are like rare exceptions. Usually, you go for a second opponent.
Okay.
But the thing here is you do not really, your buy doesn't really change pushing this wave. Maybe you get like one more amplifying tomb, but that's not as good because you still need to like 1200 for like woodlands and stuff like that. And there might be usually Hecarim, then there might be a fight. So here now, if you push this, then you're kind of maybe stay because something might happen. And again, like lasers, you need to be careful about that. So trying to use it on the whole wave because now it takes you like longer. See, so there's top fight. You have TP. So if you were like in base, then you TP to this, then now you have a blasting button. But now if you push and like TP to this, it's not as good because you do not have a blasting point. You know?
Okay.
It's not like a big mistake. You just consider. So okay,
That fight
which
was
is back.
pretty much
I
done.
think it's fine. If you look at this, maybe
Hey,
depending how.
my mom's calling me. Just give me a second.
Okay, you sure.
No problem. Thank you.
Hey. Hello.
Oh, sorry. Hello?
Hey, I'm here.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, cool.
Do you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I think uh, this part is like a similar thing that we uh, talked about here with this dragon. Like a concept is, like this maybe like a next thing you can start to implement in your games. So it's just thinking about what you should be doing at like specific like moments in time and how to optimize your time spent. So
Why I
here,
never ganked the bot? I mean, top, I never. Here's another thing, which I think is
yeah,
my roam timers, right? Like, this would be the
hmm
perfect game for me to really get off really good roams because I have really good wave clear. I'm really ahead of my lane.
hmm
But for some reason, I just feel like if I ever gank, okay, nothing's worse. Like when somebody roams on me and they get nothing for it, I'm so
hmm
excited because I'm like, oh, they wasted so much time. This is the ability for me to close the gap and get an advantage or just make my own advantage. When I roam, I feel the same way. Like if I don't get a kill here, it's gonna be so wasteful. It's gonna put me so far behind. It's gonna be a huge
hmm
mistake. And I guess that's part of me not wanting to make a mistake. But then also I think, is Victor really a roaming champ? When I've watched like Dopa play, when I watch other people play, they don't really, from what I've seen, I haven't really seen them roam on Victor. Maybe I just watched the wrong replay, but like, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
it's like I would agree with like most of what you said. That's like correct what you said. Like if you fail it, then it's like a big deal, especially in super early game, because you do not have boots, so you move like slower. You don't have as much wave clear, so you cannot push the wave as fast. So like to give you more time, you don't have like a lot of damage and everything. So maybe like here, maybe it's not the best play necessarily to like TP right now, but here when it is so just like beginning to happen, like if you are here, seeing you have like TP, if you're looking for this, there is like this fort for TP. If you like recalled sooner, I guess you cannot like know for sure that this is going to happen, but then again it stems from like taking this wave and this like complete like few shots on this that you did, like wasting your time a little bit, and then taking this wave is like complete luxury. You don't really need to do it. Doesn't give you any kind of an advantage. And if you were ready for this, now look, if you TP to here and fight this, now it's like a super big fight because you go 2-0. Now this is completely worth it. It's like this is like a big swing in the game. You get 2 kills, and like maybe just for 1 kill, sometimes it's not worth if you lose the wave or something. So sure, you by making plays, you lose something. That's
Yeah,
like always given if you go for a roam or for a TP play.
everything has, yeah, everything
Yeah,
has a
yeah,
pro
yeah,
and a con.
yeah, yes. But you also like need to consider if you get double kill here, like the pro is so worth considering to like you losing. Okay, sure, you lose a Kenyan wave for sure here. Maybe he freezes, maybe you lose like 2 waves. But if you were resetting, I mean, not from this situation, but if you were pushing, you just lose like a Canyon wave, but you ensure that this guy is out of the game and that your Y catches up to Hecarim now. And your Ornn is super fed and he'll be like unkillable. So this is like continuation of like you cannot win the game by yourself. It's just not possible. That's not how the game works. And with all your leads, what you said, like transition your lead, like bot lane, there were a few opportunities, but you see that most of the fights, good fights for you, were actually happening on top because your Ornn has a big advantage on Nasus. So Ornn, he's not like a carry because he's a tank. So you're not really looking to gank a tank in lane. But if you don't have any other opportunities, then it's completely fine to do it. Like ideally, you would like to be playing for bot. But the problem with this lane is kinda even, I think. Yeah, they're kinda even, but Hecarim much stronger than Vi. So if a fight happens here on an even lane, there is like less chance of success for your team because Hecarim is like a big advantage for their team compared to Vi. Here, it's much different because Ornn is so much stronger than Nasus. So this is actually your strong side of the map, like at the moment. Whenever you make a play here, you pretty much always win because there is like such a big difference between Nasus, who has no items, basically just Sheen, and here he has level advantage. He has like Bramble. He's like super tanky. So your Ornn is like winning the lane, winning this side of the map. So that's like also one thing to consider if you go for TP plays or roam plays. Do you actually win? Let's say if you maybe fight bot, your bot lane is even. You are slightly ahead of Veigar, but Veigar can also TP. But your Hecarim enemy Hecarim is so much ahead of Vi, So it's kind of 50-50. Maybe you win it, maybe you not. But you kind of, even if Veigar TPs here, you just win because you're already like so much stronger than us. So I think here you always TP to this, or at least should be looking for a possibility.
Okay.
Now, not necessarily because this wave is maybe, even like right now, you could do it into this brush and TP to here. You'll still like doable. See, so if you're here, maybe Vi lives, and this guy dies for sure. So like from now it's one for one. Nasus got the kill, I think, yeah. So now he's kind of back in the game, but if you're here, you make sure that it's a completely like loss for enemies. And if Nasus dies here, again he has no TP and wave is pushed into Ornn, he loses even more minions and basically he's out of the game. Now he actually came back into the game.
Okay.
Because he got the kill. Yeah. So now it even became worse for your team involved because of what happened. So yeah. Let's speed this up a little bit. Now you're just looking for a reset. Now you can.
I think I have 2 levels up. I think I try to kill him here. I think.
Yeah.
I think
it's fine.
Because I could just E flash R him, I think, or E flash Q
probably.
auto R him and he's dead.
But I think if he like hits maybe like Q and double K, it depends. Like if he outplays you somehow with flash, he might even be able to kill you because he has mana. His R does a lot of damage.
His mana is fucking broken.
Yeah, his R does a lot of damage. But I think you're two levels up, so you probably just kill him. Yeah, you don't even. Okay, this was good. This was like an aggressive play. He disrespected you, so this was good. That you saw this. You might have been like a bit more aggressive, like faster on your like hero ult and everything, because he basically just walks up to you for some reason, So you might.
I'm not sure what he was thinking.
Yeah. He was just, I don't know, use your ult to clear the wave.
Exactly. I should have did that, but
yeah, it's like a small thing, but it's fine. You still get like the shove and you reset, and now you are super ahead. Now, so because of this, now you finally got that kill and
30 CS ahead, a kill in lane.
Yeah. So you basically now this is just like the confirmation of everything that happened before that you are like you won this lane.
If you want to fast forward to I kill him one more time, and that's where I acknowledge that I'm ahead, but that's where the game goes to complete shit. I don't know if it's happening here. It's gonna happen soon. It's gonna happen.
See, he cannot like stay in this lane anymore.
Okay, stop here.
Okay.
Yeah, because I bait the Hecarim because I knew the Hecarim was coming from top. So if I was there, so I have her wait. We get this. Perfect.
Yeah, that is what happens because now even if jungler comes, there is like no way for them to win because you are so much ahead. This is all thanks to your
my God,
better
watching this is so upsetting. Okay, Then we decide. Oh no, you're about to see what gold elo is really like. Oh my god. Ready?
Let's see.
Keep playing. Wait for it.
Yeah.
Okay,
This
so at this
take it.
point, this game should be sealed. So at this point, I realize I've won the
Yeah, pretty
lane. I've
much.
shitted on Veigar. Look at the CS difference. It should be like 120. Yeah, it's like 120. I'm completely winning. I throw the
Yes.
game. So at this point, right, I am
Okay.
like, what is my next play? Do I
Mhm.
still pay so much attention to my lane and make sure that I don't say that I stop farming, but obviously when in laning phase, like you're in your lane, you're trying to CS, you're trying to be oppressive to your enemy. At this point, when I realize that I've taken basically first tower in the game, I've killed my
Mhm.
mid laner twice, I'm up 30, 40 CS, what is my next course of action
Mhm.
that needs to be done? What would you do?
Okay, so generally how it works, whenever you get such a huge lead, now you're just playing for like skirmishes, fights, and objectives, because you're not really looking to kill your opponent anymore, unless he does like something really stupid. But now your priority should be just to push the wave, and because he has like no turret, now like when he has the turret, then the lane like
Get shorter for them.
pushes to here.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, now the lane pushes to here always whenever you push. And now, if you think about the map, like it's like because the turrets give like safety and vision and everything, it's like a zones of I don't know how to call it of influence or whatever. It's like normal here and normal here because turrets are up, so nobody has like an advantage. But here it kind of flips to your advantage because you took the turret, and you can always shove this wave down here. And what this allows you, like this kind of a map setup, this allows you to now start taking control of these parts together with your jungler. Because now, if this turret is up, if map is just this, if you try like to invade and stuff like that, it's much easier for a mid laner enemy to come and help them from bot lane. But if he is shoved under this turret and he has to CS there, you have a lot of more time to get like vision, invade his camp, stuff like that. So you're usually looking to make a play with your jungler. Wherever your jungler is, that's pretty much where you want to be. Unless your jungler is like blundering it super hard, then you might look to make plays on your own. But usually, as a mid laner, you make plays with your jungler.
So
Like,
I just start
hey,
hugging. Okay. Start roam. So if I see my jungler going into their jungle, I go with them. Try to set up
yes,
vision.
you
Okay.
push the wave, and while the Veigar is busy, you just have like a lot of time to do something. So
Okay.
now this is kind of bad. You recognize maybe this is not the best because
Yeah, this
as
Ornn
good
gets solo
as the
killed. I don't
killing
know
more,
how he
yeah,
gets
yeah.
solo killed in the tower.
But now you push the wave. Now it's kind of bad to go for this Drake because you're low, but you have TP. So you need to recognize this. They want to make a play here, just from her movement, but you cannot. So because you're low, so you either ping her not to do it yet, but I think like she's probably not going to listen. So your best play is to just back and TP
Okay.
because you got the kill, you got the turret, but you didn't spend your gold. So staying on the map is a mistake now. You need to back as fast as possible. You need to spend your gold and get your items.
What am I
If you
doing?
go for if you go for this like this, then now it's kind of trolling because you might die for no reason here. You could accomplish the same result by backing, buying your items, and TPing to this. You are
Okay.
still here, but now look how much gold you have. This. So you're missing your
My
first big
component.
power. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so I should have
You
bought
can,
TP'd.
yes, yes.
Okay, so
If you,
okay.
yes, what were you
Some
about to ask?
sometimes I feel like it's a dumb play. So here's what I tell myself. I'm like, so here you're saying buy component back for drag. And I tell
Mm-hmm.
myself, oh, that's such a bad TP because if I was any better, then I would have backed before. and then I would have been able to been here for Dragon without having to waste TP, right?
Well, sometimes it's a possibility if you could have, but then you look like 30 seconds like before.
Drag
If you
was
could
already
have
up,
done
maybe.
something different, yeah.
Yeah.
You did because you had to push the wave. You had no time to back, and like the only play could be like to tell them not to go for it yet. But then Veigar is back on the map again.
I'm
So
glad you just said that. Wait till you see what's gonna happen. Oh my god. Okay.
yeah, so this is kind of on you. You can communicate with your team. Let's say you don't have a TP and you're low. You can maybe say like, I low, no mana, don't do it. Sometimes they will listen,
That's
but
fine. I won't blame them. It's bad on me. If I know I can buy a big component such as my first mythic, it's in an
yeah, because
objective's coming up, it's worth it back and get it in TP.
because you have TP now, it's like completely on you. It's like your mistake because there is something you could have done. If you didn't have TP, you still need to like shut the wave. Ideally, you are looking for a reset. Then, if they go for this, if they do not back, it's kind of fine because you still have the numbers. But now you need to like recognize you're kind of low, so you need to play a bit more defensively. So you have flash, that's fine. You do not have your ult. Vi also doesn't have her ult, so now it becomes kind of sketchy. So you just need to not use your spells on Drake and save your mana. And you are also looking like one strength of Victor and control mages, like past the laning phase, is fighting for objectives. Because like what their name says, they are control mages, so they are looking to control parts of the map. So that usually happens if you're fighting for, let's say, Drake. Let's say your W. Your W, you can basically place your W here, and then they cannot walk through here. So you're controlling that part of the battlefield, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Some other cases, if you're on blue side, if you like position yourself to control this part, this choke, you put your W here, you throw your laser through here. They cannot enter this,
Right.
and you do it, of course, when if they try to do it or if like Drake is getting low. If you put your W here on both sides while Drake is getting low and like you're threatening to throw your E's, like there is jungler just cannot walk in like through here. If he walks or somebody walks, they just get instant kill. So that's like your strength as a Victor. Some other like same concept, or maybe like this side. If you're red side, maybe like throwing it here, because then they have to like go through here, and it's much easier to hit E on multiple members like this. If this part of map of the battlefield, let's say it's not, they cannot take this path. Let's say you're not sure here. You do not have wards. Just check the vision. You're not sure, so you're basically just standing here looking, but you are ready. So either from here or from here. Probably from here because they're bot lane. So you can kind of anticipate their movement to be from here. So you might like position yourself here. Do not tank the Drake because you're already low. You do not want to get hit by this. I do not do spells. For Baron, it's like similar situation. So either like this choke or you can still send here like this. So W ult is those are your strengths as a champion. So let's see what happens here. See, it took like a Drake hit. This is not good because there's no reason for you to tank it. You are already low. They're doing this. They're coming from this choke. You are hitting Drake. That's fine, but you use spells on the Drake, which I kind of disagree with.
At this point,
If you put,
I think I just end up. Nope. Let's see what happens. I think I just want to leave. I'm not sure what I'm doing.
yeah, you want to leave now. You do not want to fight this. This is good. So you need to prioritize your life, and you cannot like all in because no rules or anything.
No mana.
So in the end, and no mana. So this is not bad. You got the Drake. One person died. It's not the worst.
Could have been
It's
better.
not, like the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it could have also been worse. You could all have maybe died potentially, but this is like a fine thing. Only thing you might have been looking to do is like help your team a little bit more. It happens like
I think honestly, I mean, in terms of my own play, that's what I'm really trying to focus on. I mean, the Baron was fine. The Dragon was fine, I guess. I should have just backbought the Mythic and then came back
yeah,
because it's just like
yes.
really, really bad.
Then you would be full, and you could be just standing here and not allowing them to.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
even like here, if you not use your spells on Drake, because Vi will get it like no matter what.
I guess I wanted to burst it down because I knew they were coming. So yeah, I don't know.
I think it's fine, I guess. But let's say if you stand like here, a little bit away, you throw your W here.
Okay.
Then you just like, oh fuck, you didn't want to do that. See, if you're like W's, they're like completely. This is like the shortest path. You know, they do not want to be taking this path because he wants to get to this as fast as possible. So if you throw your W here, it completely zones them out from the Drake. They maybe do not even get like this one kill. Also, like one more thing. Now, when he engaged, what you are usually looking to do in team fights with Victor, it's not necessarily stun like the guy that is closest to you.
Stop the other
He is like
teammates.
already here. Yeah. So if you throw your W like here, or maybe better something like this, kind of slow him down a little bit, but he will always be able to get out of it pretty much, But this also like stops the rest of the team. Let's say if you put it like here or something, it prevents them from entering this fight. So now you make sure that, or maybe I don't know, put it like, you protect your Senna. So this is basically what you're looking to do, because fights usually go. Okay, so this is more like a general thing. Actually, we'll watch more what happens later, so that they will talk about it. But this is good that you recognize like you have no life, no mana, you cannot commit. You just try to help, and your priority. You got the Drake, like no need to stay. You just back off. So fine. Here you TP. I think that was fine. This ward is okay. So see, like this turret is dead. This turret died. So now what we talked about, like zones on weak point, it's kind of like this. This is in your favor, and this kind of doesn't really belong to you anymore because you lost it. So now this is like your kind of strong side of this part. So that's how basically like taking turrets and having like push works, because when a lane loses a turret, then the minions become stronger. Opponent begins. So if nobody touches the wave, it will be always pushing like towards you, eventually, like after some time. Because like the more turrets you have on a lane, the stronger the minions are compared to not having minions. You kill him again. It's good. Now what happens, usually macro-wise, when bot lane takes the turret, they're looking for a swap.
Yep.
I'm not sure.
They don't do that here. It doesn't work. I'm supposed to go bot, or I'm supposed to go to sideline. They go mid, but they just go mid, and then they come bot. They take your CS. It's a shit show.
Yeah, it becomes a problem in low elo because now everyone wants to fight mid. I can't really tell you what to do. It's like too much case to case basis. If I'm ahead, then I'm fine with it. Or depending on the champions I play, like if I'm 202 with 40 CS up, I have no problem with just fighting for. But there is like no turret, so
exactly
it's not as beneficial. I want to be taking this.
So should I be going bot? Or should I be helping them bot now? Try to get bot, right?
It all kind of depends how they play and how your teammates respond. So it's hard to say in a vacuum. Like proper play would kind of be probably the Herald is the next cannot see that. I have no idea how.
You click the left. The left. What am I saying? The box on the bottom left, the eye. Click that, and then click objective timers at the bottom of the list,
Mhm.
and then it'll tell you.
Okay.
So Rift comes up in two. Well, it's damn near going to be gone. Or
Oh yeah, so there is like pretty
there's
much
no Rift. It's pretty much done.
no neutral objective fight at the moment. So like even if they go mid, it's not as beneficial for them because you can just wave clear. So they might try to stay bot because there is like no need. They might try to go for this turret. Probably that would be their play. So they should probably go top now and play top side. And like your bot lane goes top. I think that would be like the correct play because if they just go from bot to mid, you're just pressing on your wave and they cannot do anything. That's one other strength of control mages. They can clear the wave super fast without putting themselves in any danger. So it's not like as beneficial for them to go mid. So they should probably look to, but it doesn't really matter what they should do. The only thing that matters is what everyone else does and how you adjust to that. So we'll see. Here, look, this is kind of what we talked about. So this is kind of a mistake. Jungler is taking this. They're fighting here.
There, and I should be over there.
You should be always looking to help your jungler, especially like if you see Hecarim is not here. So this is 2v2. If he goes top, this might be like a very bad thing. Sometimes you might trade it, like go bot, but this is only if, because basically you're kind of sacrificing your teammates now. If Veigar goes top, I mean, potentially, in this case he cannot, but maybe like bot lane now goes top as well, depending on the champions and everything like that timers stuff. Now if you go bot, they just die top side. You might get a kills bot, but why trade, like, why make numbers advantage here and kill bot lane and get this and sacrifice this, your teammates, when you can just walk top, let your bot lane do 2v2, so it's like even, and you win this because you're so much stronger than Veigar.
Okay.
So there's like no need to make this kind of play. Like when it comes to macro, it's not necessarily like it's bad.
Okay.
Because it's like it's your decision. So if it has a reason, sometimes depending on the game state, this might be like but if you're going to do this, then go through here. Try to like dive him or something.
Okay.
Doing this, it only shows on the map that you are not here. And now they know they win this for sure.
Oh damn, Nasus hits on both of them. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I should have known that either way because, and I'm learning this from watching this. Nasus almost always, like, you have to like daycare Nasus. Like, you have to constantly just make sure you're shutting him down because if not, he just forever scales. So one was ahead early, which is good, but that's not enough on its own. Like, you have to literally.
But you see, he will become a problem.
Yeah, and our jungler
there were like
useless.
But there were like a few points in the game where there wasn't really anything happening bot. Like the one when he was like low HP and Veigar teleported and you had free time. The other one was when they were fighting and you could teleport, and like this is the third case when there is like top side play happening and you are not there, but really for no reason. Not like you did anything like here. You didn't get any kind of an advantage. If Nasus, like, if they win this, but you kill their bot lane, then it's kind of worth it because you're putting them behind. But usually in mid game, like the easiest thing to do as a like mid laner, control mage, like either split push, but with Victor you sometimes, I mean, you can split push, but it depends. Like split pushing is like a topic for itself. I won't get into that. But if it's like this, you are still in mid lane, you just play around your jungler. So that's like the rule of thumb that you could work with. Just look at like what is your jungler looking to do?
Troll.
I mean, those kind of plays, they're not bad. No.
Okay, why am I up here? I'm up here because I saw Nasus was top. I saw 2 buy, and I know Vagar is not gonna kill me, but Hecarim and Vagar could possibly kill me.
Here,
But I
yeah,
am in
Hecarim
very
and Vagar.
dangerous, yeah.
So this is like a bit of a dangerous thing that you're doing now, because I don't think you see like Hecarim or Vagar. You
Correct,
know
correct,
he's like somewhere top, but you haven't seen him for a while now.
correct.
Oh, you see, yeah, so you see Hecarim, so now you lost vision of. See Vagar. Let's see. Okay, you know they're top side, so it's fine, but you have like a few seconds.
Yeah, and I'm
Now,
thinking after this,
like
I'd run into
yeah,
whoever
they're
run.
already like somewhere like here, yeah, right
Look at
here. He
them.
decided to stay, but you don't know about
Yeah, I
this.
don't.
He
Correct,
might be
correct.
like running here, so you can kind of assume, okay, there are somewhere like here. Well, now I can maybe do a few auto attacks, and I need to run to this area. If you run here, you might get caught, so you need to
If
run
I
here.
run mid, I hope I don't run mid. I'm trolling if I run mid. Let's see.
Yes, they ping you because they realize they could be here. Now you see they also. So I think you will get out here. Like no matter what happens, you didn't overstay, so it's like completely fine in the end. But you just you were aware, so it's like it's good from you that you seen it coming. Yeah, this is about.
Oh, I
This
trolled
just
so hard here. You know what's so funny? As I'm walking into that bush, I'm like, huh, I'm gonna wait in this bush for Vagar so I can burst him. I hope they don't have a
Mhm.
ward. And
Yeah, you
ward.
just
Yeah, super bad
this,
play. Super, super fun.
yeah,
Super bad play.
especially like the lane isn't pushed again, so you're not like you're just leaving the lane for no reason. So you could maybe go for a play like this if you know it, like it's not warded and you see them like going to the jungle
Yeah.
sometimes. But in this case, it was just like a bad play, and here you basically kind of die for no reason. And if game, this is kind of an even game. You know?
Yeah, now it is. We had a lead, but then I just threw.
I mean, even previously it was you had like a small lead with Veigar, Tristana, kind of equal. Nasus was
Well,
slowly starting to catch
to,
up. Yeah,
total gold.
and
I think we had like a 2 or 3K gold lead, but we started dying. NASA's got a few kills. I died, and I had bounty.
yeah, but I'm saying like before this happened, let's say. This. So it's like 1K, but 1K that's pretty much negligible. It's not really like a lead, huge lead. It's like a small lead, sure, but you're like the game is still not in the bag. It's like quite far away from it
Correct.
because of those top skirmishes that they won. They managed like to come back gold wise. So Nasus is like fine, equal Zorn jungle. So your jungler is actually ahead, slightly ahead. Their bot lane is actually quite ahead at 1 point. So
Shit ton ahead. Yeah.
probably because of the plays. They
We
got the
literally
turret
lose
and
because
everything.
of Tristana, basically.
Yeah, so this kind of a play, it's
Dumb.
super risky. And when the game is kind of even like this, you need to make sure that you do not like die like this. Like sometimes if a game, you're desperate, you're looking, maybe you're super far behind, you need to go for some creative plays because if you don't, then you'll just lose the game slowly. Sometimes it's fine to flip the game like this, but if you're ahead or if you're even, you just need to be more picky about your timings. This is just like super force play that depends like do they have a ward or not, and you just do not possess that information. So you always want to make a play as informed as possible, because if you lack any information, then it's like you are flipping. If you do not know where the jungler is, but you will go for a trade, it's kind of flipping the chance the jungler is not there. If you are super far behind and that play will give you like a huge shutdown, then it's fine because if a jungler is there, you die, but you still lose the game if you do not do that kind of a play. But in even game or if you're ahead, this is just like you should not do that because now Tristana gets your shutdown. That's also like one big thing that people underestimate. Like when they're ahead, shutdowns are actually okay. Your shutdown wasn't the biggest, but it's still 450 gold for no reason. Now she's in more ahead. So yeah, And also one thing that happens usually in solo queue, especially in lower elos, it's not just that you died, but usually your teammates. So now for a while they are not allowed to do anything because they are missing one player. So they should not fight for like 45, 50 seconds now until you get back on the map. But what usually happens, because they are not good players,
They fight
if
anyway.
you die, yeah, they will fight, and they will just lose because they do not have the numbers. But again, like you can say, okay, my teammates are bad, but
It's my
you
fault either
can,
way.
there is a way for you to play around it,
Yeah.
and that is not dying, because again, it's like that butterfly effect. So now see how they're pushed. They're not allowed to do this, like be so far up and looking for things, and they are kinda okay. So they know they should not be, but you know they just maybe we can get a good pick or something, whatever.
Yep.
Like this is stupid. She's waiting for a pick, but why? If you're dead, this is trolling. Why is she standing there? Why are they like just not giving the lane and just standing here waiting to get the farm?
Oh
Why
man.
why is why is she looking for a pick when they lose for sure? And now, but this now becomes out of your control. You cannot, like, whatever enemies or you always decide to do, it's not in your control anymore. Some games, like, nothing happens. But see, because they know, like, they have advantage, now they can push into your jungle. What
Yeah.
I was saying, like, now it's kind of even. You still have some presence, like advantage here, but now because you died, it leaves like a vacuum in your team, and now they can like start pushing because they have this turret. Now they will gain control of this like quadrant. They will set up vision, clear your vision, and have more pressure here. It's because of the turret, but because you died as well, because your team cannot like walk up to contest it, to like fight and reward and everything, clear enemy wards. But see, like Horn is looking for some reason. He's walking here. And if they're here, they catch him and fight, and he just dies. Yeah, it's like basically when this is all happening, you can almost like feel it. It's coming. Like maybe one small mistake from your teammates, and they all just die, or maybe somebody else dies. But like I guess maybe like let's see what happens here. See how they're like constantly walking for no reason. It's like so bad. If you look at it, like why is she here? Why is she using?
Why is she even
like,
in the jungle?
Yeah. Why is she? What is there to do in this? Like, no camps, literally no
Oh
nothing.
my god.
But
It's just
they
the
do not.
thing. My elo loves the jungle. It's like they love. There could be nothing going on in the jungle, and they just want to walk around in it. It just
It's,
happens. We're just retarded. What else can we do?
yeah, as I said, you cannot like impede just the way the game is played, like at your level, but it's then your responsibility, not to die, because if you die, it's not just you died, but everything that happens after that while
It's
you're
my
like
fault.
dead and walking. Yeah, kinda. So you can prevent that by not dying. So like I just want you to see that dying is much more than you just like dying. It's also like maybe your whole team potentially collapsing as well. Okay, now so you all reset. You're on the map. That's fine. Here you need to be a little bit more careful
Yeah,
because
I
so now
normally push. I feel like they just backed and Triss is dead, so I'm just gonna think push one more wave and then back. Um, I was watching LS the other day and he was talking about building waves and he mentioned just only like if we were to play this, he would tell me just to only E the back 3 minutes and then let it build. I guess because that'll help create a slow push, I assume. But I don't know. I don't know if you have anything to say on
uh,
that. Like, should you
yeah,
just
about that.
completely shove the wave past river, or should you like kind of trim the wave down to let something build up so it can hopefully do some damage to the tower, or force somebody to go down there, and then maybe you could do
Well,
something
the
else on the map.
thing is, I'm not that familiar with like building up waves and setting up for objectives. I'm not that good of at split pushing, so I don't know
That makes sense.
uh, how to do those different things with the waves. It's a bit above like my level of play, or maybe that particular aspect. But the problem here is that like Drake is coming, so they are going to be in this area as well. So there is nothing like fancy you can do with the wave that will give you any kind of advantage, because they will be here in a few seconds.
Yeah.
Like when you respawn, like 15 to 20 seconds, they will be here. So you just don't have enough time to do anything. Slow building waves is good on the opposite side of the map of the objective. Because if you slow build a wave bot and you fight for Baron, then like a huge wave can start like hitting the turret or whatever. That's like generally the idea. But you also need to recognize that you're kind of low and the Drake is like has spawned. So if you're going to look to fight for it, you're kind of in a bad situation now because you're missing almost half.
Oh,
of
no,
your
no,
health.
no. I think at this point, we weren't going to fight for it. This was the first. Go back. Actually, this is actually a good point. Go. Let me see. Go back. Oh, yeah. Oh, yep. This is it. This is it. I'm pinging
Okay.
that we should get drag, and they just back. I'm literally saying we should get drag, and they just back. Even though we just got 2
Yeah,
kills, they just back.
yeah. Here you could have just taken Drake. It's maybe a bit.
We killed 2 of them, and Nasus is top, but they just
Yeah,
backed.
sure.
And this is what tilted me.
But your AD is dead, and this guy recalled. So it's versus 2. You're kind of low. I mean, I'd say you should go for it.
That's what I'm because
But even
their
like,
smite is gone, their main damage dealer is gone, Nasus is top.
yeah.
It's me. Even if it's me and Vi, Veigar
Mhm.
and Bran most likely aren't gonna kill us.
Okay, so Senna was here. Yeah.
And Senna was
Here,
there,
here,
and they all back.
here you think here.
I
Well, I
did,
guess it's maybe problematic that it doesn't spawn yet. So
but
maybe your Senna is like thinking they're all thinking like they can like reset and then fight for it.
okay. So here's my
So
logic, right? My logic was that it spawns in 12 seconds, right?
yeah.
It takes 15 seconds to run the drag. Now look where everyone's at. So now
Yeah.
it's equally matched. If we're there, we could burst it down. If they all stay, we
Yeah,
burst it down and then we just leave. And then we
I
reset.
agree with you. Like based on their death timers, which you can see, and like Drake. So definitely you should just stay and do it.
But that they probably
But
don't know that it takes like 15 seconds to run the dragon.
yeah, you can
So I was
do
like,
it.
whatever.
But then again, it's on you, I guess, if you recognize that your whole team is resetting. That's like how like
Yeah.
part of the game as well. You when we talked about macro at the beginning, this silo, even later on, it's mostly about just doing the best thing at the moment. Always trying to adjust to your teammates. Of course, you can try to communicate with them, but sometimes maybe people have different ideas of what's the next best step. So you all kind of try to function as a team,
Make the
like
what do
without.
they say? Make your teammates what is it saying? It's like help your teammates with their bad ideas at least to the fullest, I guess, something like that. I
Yeah,
forgot.
it's better to have everyone commit
To a dumb
to.
I plan that
Yeah.
oh my god.
Than to have like people split on a different plans. So here, I definitely agree with you. Like correct play would be to just take this raid because Hecarim is down there in base. They cannot get to here in time. But if you see them all resetting, so they're not listening. Let's say you were pinging and typing, so you need to reset with them. Or you can stay, but then you're at
Exactly.
disadvantage.
I should have just backed. I just stuff like that bothers me because I'm like,
Yeah, but you cannot, like, again, those are things you can impact and some things you cannot. And the things you cannot impact, you just need to like adjust, try to make the best of it. Now, if you're going to contest, I think it's fine to fight here.
yeah. Well, I want to talk to you
Even
about this because I literally get shitted on this team fight, and I'm
Mhm.
not sure. And you'll see it like Hecarim. I guess when he ult and he causes the fairing to happen. I'm trying to figure out what my positioning should have been here. I guess now we're
Okay,
gonna
we'll see.
yeah.
Just slow it down a little bit. So one thing to consider always before a big fight, if you like have seen any big ults used. So you've seen Hecarim, but he might have it. Your ult is coming to cooldown. Like when you have basically no ult for this fight, while they have much, all of them. And one thing that if Nasus is back, he won't be at the beginning. Like, so you should kind of start this soon. So if you do it quite fast, there will be no Nasus. Ron has TP. There are like a lot of factors to consider before a fight. So looking at this,
We're not gonna be able to take it right away. I know that they're here, and I know we're gonna have to fight because they're all right there.
yeah, it's not like every second it passes, it's becoming like sketchier, because no ults and everything. But still, you're kind of fed, and your E, let's see, your item. Yeah, you do a lot of damage now. Like there are some other things like Tristan items. She has 2 items.
She's really strong.
Your Vayne, yeah, she's really strong. So
Vayne has 1 item.
If this was like some super high elo game, of course it wouldn't come up to this point. But now your team doesn't really want to fight it because you have no ult, so it's kind of sketchy. But even if you're going to, you can fight this because you're kind of fed, and your E's hurt a lot, and you can like zone control, but you need to be like on your game now. Now basically this will decide kind of the game.
Yep.
This fight.
So I mess up. Pause. Not yet. Keep going.
Yeah, so
Okay, yeah. Pause here. Where should my focus be? I know Hecarim wants to go for the back line, and Vi. So Vi's intention is Trist. I know Heck is trying to go for the back line. I don't know what the hell to do. And then I know Drag. If once Vi leaves, if I stay here, Drag is gonna auto me. So I'm like, what do I do?
So here, generally in team fights, as an control mage, you want to be playing behind your tanks. So this is stupid from Tristana. So yeah, so Vi is kind of your tank. So you want to be like, because she's kind of a like mid shield, But this is like problem because she doesn't recognize that's her role. She plays as an assassin. If you had Ornn, it was fine, but it's kind of super hard to say because she shouldn't be doing this. She should be going for Hecarim. She should be protecting her backline. So it's like mistake from her. What I would probably do here, considering I have a Vayne and Senna, and Vayne is quite good, I would probably look to peel them here.
Okay, cool.
Because if Hecarim get this angle and we start running down here, we do not know where Brand is, where Veigar is. They could be like
right
here.
There.
Maybe
and try.
We do not know that. If he like ults, Brand ults us here. If we are funneled, then Hecarim from behind it, we are just dead. However, if we stay here, we try to peel Hecarim. We are kind of safe. We will see Brand approaching, then we can maybe adjust our strategy. There's like no way for anybody to flank us except this. This is like the flank. So do not use any spells. Just be patient for a while. There's like no need. Okay, now you see. So okay, Tristana is actually flanking now. So the front of the fight now is this. This is like the main fight. Like this is your team. This is theirs. Tristana is kind of flanking, which is trolling. She should be like with the team because if your Vi goes here, your enemy Tristana actually gets a bad angle. She can never enter a fight through here. Like whenever she gets too close, she just gets popped. There's no front line. She cannot hit anyone, from this angle because she's flanking and she's like an AC. So Tristana should be sitting here behind the rest of her team. So Brand, they're playing it correctly. Tristana is strong, but your Vi is kind of strong as well. So when you see Veigar here, that's your primary focus. This is like the front of the battlefield. That's what you're looking to control. So do not here. You can start throwing your lasers because he's overstepping. Your team is a bit afraid for no reason. They're giving like control. And now, if you go into this choke, this is bad
because of Veigar.
Because now,
I think at this point I was like my team ran, and I was just like, yeah, this is really bad now that you're watching slow, but let's see. It gets really bad in a second.
Look,
I committed to this.
This is good. Yeah. This is happening. Oh, let's.
Okay.
happened. I guess this is kind of hard to follow, but your first response is, okay, this is front, so we do not we want to keep an eye on this, but you do not want to go here. You want to go towards here. If you're basically caging yourself.
Yeah.
Here you see how she trolls so hard because there's no way she kills, no matter what happens.
Yep.
Yeah, but
And then this happens,
like,
dead.
yeah,
We all troll.
because your team split.
Yeah.
But let's just focus what you could have done maybe, because you can still carry this fight. You have no ult, but here laser him. He is in range of your laser, and you have a range advantage, similar to the lane in team fights as well. You can hit him, and he cannot hit you. So you should look to laser him.
The problem.
No reason.
The problem. Like in my head, okay. So going up into that choke point, dumb idea, right?
Yep.
But when Vi went down, I was nervous to just stay down. Like, if I was to stay by the ward, where the ward is at, I was nervous about Dragon hitting me, and then I was just split between my team, so I tried to stick with my team. But I'm thinking,
but here,
I think this is a dumb play. I think this is really dumb play. Because even though I get the W on Veigar, the threat is Hecarim.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, the threat is Hecarim.
Yeah. And you do not know where Brand is.
That's exactly.
So you know that Nasus is not here because he reset. Or okay, we could assume that he reset because he wasn't showing on the map. He reset, he would be somewhere around here. So he's not in this fight.
Correct.
But we know that Brand is, and we do not see him, so we can assume that he might be here. So this W is because it doesn't really do anything. Ideally, you are looking for them to go on. If they try to go into you, then you W this area to prevent them. So that's why you are safe to go towards bot. If they run into you, you have your tools your laser to W to stop them. They cannot just run into you. It's not how the game works.
Yeah.
You can always walk away from them, throw your spells. You always have something. So this is just bad because no vision of this. And if you were a little bit patient, not doing this, look, your Ornn is here. Now, if you were standing here, now suddenly you have someone to play behind. So Ornn should now ideally go like this, put this, or go on Tristana. Depending, he can do this one is the correct, but he might decide to do this. But then again, you can adjust. If he starts walking towards bot, you start following him, towards bot. If he starts walking up, you start walking up, but behind him. You never want to be frontline as a Victor or any control mage, because if they catch you with anything, you just die. There is no, and you cannot abuse your range and everything. If you are like this, so your job in team fight is not to be the one to engage.
Yeah.
So basically, you are engaging here with W.
Correct.
So that's a mistake. You should be saving your W to peel your backline. So you are 3 versus 3 here. So it's not a bad fight. You have Ornn, you have Vayne who can kill Hecarim, because it's Vayne. She has a lot of damage. Even with one item, you have a lot of damage. You have advantage. So despite them blundering here, making a mistake, it's not lost yet. There is still some play to be done. But you see with this, now basically because you were in the range of them, and you were not here, you basically just lose the fight. Getting hit by those 2 spells and he's slow and Hecarim ult, it's just doomed now.
Trolled.
Yeah, it could have been avoided.
Yeah.
But now the fight, you just collapse now as a team because you had no frontline or didn't play properly. So, yeah, so I wanted to talk about. Maybe the game is still not lost. We'll see maybe some other fights that we can analyze, but usually the fights, it goes like this. You usually have say tank So you have better like this. You have like a front line, you have a back line, and you have flanks. So front line, those are stuff like Nasus, like Ornn. Those are like beefy guys, or maybe support. Not in this game, but maybe like Braum. Depends. Like different champions can sometimes fill different positions in teamfight depending on the need. But basically, as a Victor, you will always be in backline, pretty much 99% of the times. Here is you, here is Vayne, here is Senna. That's like your, actually. Yeah, doesn't matter. And here is Ornn. He's like the front line. And Vi can either be here as a front line, like if she's tanky, or she's like a flank. She's looking for an angle. So you should always look to be behind your front line because he can block skill shots for you. If enemies try to just run into you, then he can CC them. Then you kill them. If, let's say, Hecarim just decides to troll and like completely run past Thorn, then you like throw your double on you when he gets stunned, or like pillars or whatever, you know. So basically your front line heals for you for the back line. And you always want to position in a way that you are like your tanks, your front line is between you and enemies. So on the other side, again, it's like same thing, but with enemies, you know, like front line, back line, and let's say flank. So there would be Nasus, like Veigar. Hecarim can be like this or this, you know, depending on how he decides to play. Here is Brand, Veigar, Tristana. So you basically have pretty similar compositions in team. So like 2 tanks, 2 like engagers that can like either be frontline or from flanks, and 3 people in backline, like squishy, mages, ADCs, whatever. So if Tristana decides to play this, she's basically trolling because she can never walk up and hit this or hit this, you know, because there is nobody covering for her, how she played it here. If she decides to do this, the tanks in front line and you just collapse on her and there's like no escape path. Nobody can protect her. So if ADC is flanking, he's basically trolling. If a mage like Brand is flanking, again, kind of trolling. There are some angles where you can do it, but it's like 5%. Usually it goes like this. And again, if you're standing here on a flank, then you are trolling because you cannot just, you know, walk into the enemy team. If you do that, they just turn on you and they kill you, and you just accomplish nothing.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's how team fights usually work. And I mean, of course, like in lower levels of play, your teammates might not play accordingly. Like your Vi completely disregarded. I mean, she spotted like a mistake from Tristana, but she has no tools to punish her because she has no ult and everything. So like her idea was okay, but she's too weak and she has no ult, so she cannot punish it. So she kind of trolled, like 2 players trolling, but you kind of still had some like options to do. But always look for this, like this kind of a setup, playing behind your tanks. So your job then throw your E's. Like also one thing, like tanks will usually engage.
Yeah.
Or like this guy, yeah, but they will not engage because you cannot just engage on these guys. You know, maybe like Ornn can, but usually the engage happens in front line. Let's say Ornn uses a pillar and stuns Nasus, and now the team fight happens. But then in response, Nasus slows Ornn. I know Hecarim is going for a flank, Vi is going for a flank. So one important thing to remember, actually there are like few things as a Victor. So you are looking to throw your lasers like this. So because you have such a huge range, so now imagine it's a like different situation. So now this is, you know, enemies fighting here, your team and they're like fighting here, tank versus tank, you know, enemy backline hitting your tanks, your backline like Vayne, whatever. Strange color. They're like here, they're hitting these tanks. So your job is you cannot just like walk past tanks. Pretty much, it's kind of hard to do depending on tanks and everything. You might get CC'd or collapsed on. So beginning of the fight, are just looking to hit your E's on priority targets in the backline. You are also looking to place W. So if you put your W like this, now their tanks, their front line is isolated, and you can do damage to them, like your ADC, while their backline cannot like hit your front line. So now you are controlling like this part of the field, like depending on the angles, of course. And also one thing that is important with Viktor, when this engage happens, do not use your ult.
Yeah.
Because usually it's low value. What you want to be looking, because after a while, one side will start winning. So once tank will start like losing HP, so he will either die if he's bad or if he's good, like usually how tanks play. They use their CC, they tank a damage a little bit, and then they start backing towards their team, because they are losing a lot of HP. And now the enemy, let's say they start chasing, and now you start backing with your tank. You start like throwing your E's off cooldown and everything, auto-attacking, whatever. But now when this happens, Ornn is waiting for cooldowns. Now it has a lot to do with cooldowns and whatever. Usually like this second part of the fight, of the skirmish, is where you should be looking to like use your R. Because now everyone is kind of chasing in either of directions, and you can actually start playing a bit more aggressive, because now cooldowns are off, like everyone started fighting. Now you can maybe look for a small flanks, like throw E's like this, and like put your ult on maybe the back line. Because if you just use your ult on the front line when the fight happens, it's basically just a wasted ult, like I would say 60-70% of the time, unless you know that you can burst the tank. If you see that you have enough damage, then you can use it. But like most of the cases, you cannot. So it's a lot of times it's beneficial to save your ult for like
tanks.
hitting somebody in the backline who may be oversteps.
I'm sorry for the backline. Yeah. Okay. That's normally what I try to save it for. Or if they're like all grouped up and I can get like a 5-man, then I probably will do it. But other than that, yeah.
Yeah, this is like in an ideal scenario how everyone should, because enemy like Tristana should never be in the range to get hit by your ult, for no reason. She shouldn't be walking that close up to you. She should be like hitting tanks and hitting the closest target. But if they make a mistake, then of course you punish. That's like a given. But this is like an ideal setup where all 5 players kind of know what they're doing. I mean, all 10 players. So then it becomes a different. But if you see like Brand overstepping or whatever, then of course you go and you one-shot, you punish that. So yeah, this fight's kind of a disaster, but I guess the game is still not lost yet. Well, from the look of it, there will be more fights. So we'll see how some other fights go. But basically now you are kind of playing from behind.
Basically. I have a question.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
How important is Elder Dragon in your eyes? 1 through 10.
Elder?
Yeah.
Well, it's like 10, basically.
10, right? Okay, so should you always try to contest Elder Dragon?
Well, yeah, if you lose Elder Dragon, you basically
pretty much
lose
lose
the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Okay, so now that you're playing from behind, now the game, see, all up to this point, you kind of had pressure on pretty much all the lanes. I guess top what, but you were kind of pushing in mid. You could have pushed in bot, but now see, like now map is for you is like this. They control all this part of it. See, now the game becomes super hard for you because they will start invading your jungle,
and you will camps.
Yeah. So in this game, it's always kind of harder to play from behind because you do not have vision. It's much easier to like get caught, while on the flip side, it's like much harder to catch enemies off guard because you are working with no information. And so generally in this game, playing it's not like a situation you want to be in, because it takes more effort to make a good play when from behind and like more team coordination or whatever. So see, like now they know where you are on the map because they have their waves pushed in and you need to take the waves. So, but while you're taking the waves, they might be like rotating for Vayne and for Vi, and you have no way of knowing. because it's all like full of war.
Yep, and our Vi is topside, so as soon as she dies, they can take Baron for free.
Yeah, for example, like it won't happen because they're back in here, but it's just like an example why playing from behind is so rough, because you just don't have vision and enemies could be pretty much anywhere. You do not see them rotating, and they see you clearing waves, so they pretty much always know where you are because they can like calculate how much. If like two people show bot, they cannot be upside. It takes time to go there like that. So now I guess.
Yep.
Let's see what happens here.
I think we get this kill, but it was really bad because I think they Oh no!
Okay, so
do I flash?
okay,
I'm dead here. I trolled.
so let's see. Like, I think the one thing you need to be careful about.
I keep
the
feeling like I'm
mage
a lot
player in
stronger than I
general.
really am. Or yeah.
Well, I think you should have got like quite a good idea that versus like tanks and bruisers or whatever
I
Nasus
can't
is.
play like this.
I guess he doesn't have MR.
Yeah, but still, I can't
But
play
still,
like this. Like this is really dumb.
But it's okay to go for this. But you
Yeah,
need to
but I
keep
feel
your distance.
exactly. I feel like I should have gone around. Like I'm literally walking straight into
No,
him.
no, no, this is fine. But when he starts walking, so you need to think about what is the range of my opponent. So his W range is something like this. So you do not want to walk into his W range because there is no need. You can throw your E like from here. You do not need to walk up. When you see him like walking up, you always need to like keep your distance from your enemies and use your range because you outrage him by a lot. If he closes the gap, if he starts hitting you, then kind of fucked up.
Yeah, mistake on my part.
That's where, yeah. So you just walk up, you see, like this.
Trolling.
No need. Yeah. Well, just like a mistake, not trolling, but yeah. Like,
My God.
So maybe think here. If you were like staying here, throwing E, and if you see Hecarim and then you W here, then Hecarim might ult you, but Nasus cannot get to you. You're like he might try to flash, but it's like a different thing playing around flashes and everything. But again, like you have your Ornn, so you should be a bit more patient. Again, you are kind of frontlining. You're just,
trolling.
I'm trying to figure out a word, but basically you're just trying to. In the game, there are some champions who work like this. It's basically stat check. You just run at them, and because your stats are better, you win. But those are champions like Nasus, like Jax, maybe Renekton and stuff like that. Like bruisers. They just walk into the opponent, and because they're like melees and they have good stats, they win. But with control mages, you just cannot afford to do that. Your playstyle similar like with ADCs. Vayne can win versus Nasus, but she always needs to like keep him away from her, like kite and keep him at the distance. But like once Nasus closes the gap and Qs her, he takes like half of her HP. But it's not like champions being broken or whatever. It's just one champion failing to do, like playing around the identity of that champion, failing to do his job. Like maybe if you're a bit more patient, maybe with Ornn you could do something. See, like he takes like a lot of time for him to die. So maybe if you were still alive here somehow, you might be able to do like more damage, and your Vayne is coming. So I would say in those fights, I think like the pattern is that I see occurring is just be a bit more patient. So you are not the one looking for a pick or looking to engage. You should let other teammates like Vi and Ornn in this case do that job for you, and then you follow that. You can always like walk up and throw your E because it doesn't really hurt you, and you will pretty much always be safe while you do that because the range of your E is so big. But like walking up to Q and out to NW, that already puts you like a risk.
Right now, 6 a.m.
See, like Vayne, she's not like as weak. She can actually kill Nasus, so
Yeah.
it's still kind of winnable for you because you have Vayne. If this was maybe Jhin, now I'm kind of starting to lose hope already because they have quite two tanky guys, and like, my ADC is not doing the best. You might lack damage, and Tristana and Veigar are kind of getting fed. So, but at this point, it's still kind of winnable. You know, you can still play it correctly, fights. A game is still not lost. With every engage, it becomes harder. Okay, TP, this was good as an idea. Let's see what happens exactly. But as an idea, this is what you should be looking for, because you're kind of behind. You need to go for creative plays like this.
Oh,
so
perfect. I'm glad. Did you see what just happened?
Yeah.
I try to do this and I fuck. Like, do I get this? Is there any way that I get this? Do I misplay? Like, she's just so strong. Oh, she had heal.
Yeah.
Dude, I
She's
don't
strong,
even-
but so
Tell
let's
me.
see what happens and how you could have played it maybe differently.
So was this TP to make this play bad?
No, it was correct because if they're probably not doing Baron. Maybe they are, but you cannot really do anything to stop them.
Correct.
So Tristana, usually if you cannot go for Baron, if somebody is over or extended like this, it's fine. You cannot contest Baron, so you just get the kill because she has shut down. It's worth it,
But
while
she's so
they're
strong.
doing this.
I should have stat checked her. She's so strong. It's ridiculous.
We'll see what happens. So one thing to consider here, your team is coming. So you do not necessarily need to kill her by yourself. You just need to stall for time if you are not sure.
I felt like I could.
I would say.
So
I would say like this. Yeah. I would say you maybe can.
I don't have Lich
Depending
Bane.
if
I
you
think
can-
that's what fucked me
Yeah,
up. If I had
that's-
Lich Bane, I think I get it. Maybe.
And you have your ult. You just need to hit all of your spells and like
Let's watch what
ideally-
happens.
Okay, so E is good.
E.
Now, no, she's not going to run up, right? Because if she runs up, and she knows that they're your teammate.
I should have
so
ran down.
her-
maybe.
Yeah, so her only play is to jump. So when you use this C, you can immediately start like running towards the bot, create some distance, see what she does, because you know that this jump is coming for sure. Q is good. Q, W.
All
ulti,
that
Q.
damage and ulti, and just still
You
nothing.
you didn't use your ult.
Wait, what's over her head?
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah,
So
the
just
UI is just she just chunks me. She's just
yeah,
so
yeah,
strong.
yeah. So one thing, like maybe like a small mechanical, you will need to W yourself here.
Yes.
And I think you'll win then.
I should have
He's
W'd
fine.
myself right here because I know she would
Yeah,
jump
yeah.
on me. That's her best bet because she wants to pop that bomb.
Yeah. So I think if you do it like that, when you see the W animation, so this moment you press W here, because like of course she's going to jump on you. Like she might try to jump some, but if she jumps like towards here it's fine because you don't get slowed. Then you can kite it out for auto attacks and everything. But you need to like W yourself. See, like your W is super late, like 2 seconds late for some reason.
Yeah.
If you maybe W, we might. But I guess she gets the reset and she lives.
Wait,
So as
let's
a
go
play,
back.
it was
Let's go back for a second. Something's not right about Triss unless they buffed her. She jumps here. She doesn't kill me yet. She still doesn't kill me yet. How can she jump again?
she gets reset whenever she like fully procs her E, her bomb. So she threw a bomb on you. So that's also why you should be kiting bot. I mean, away from her. So if she throws a bomb on you, let's imagine a scenario, then you W where she's going to jump. If she gets stunned, maybe like she only gets 3 ticks on her bomb. She does not get the reset. That's usually how you fight Tristana. Whenever she places a bomb on you, you want to like run away from her. If you're not going to one-shot her, but that's usually how you fight Tristana. And like flashing here, it's like a flash of hope because you're like dead already. So as an idea, this was like very good, but execution like slightly better. Just W timing. If it was more precise, then you might have been able to get the kill. But yeah, as a play, this was good. as an idea, I guess.
I think that's just about it. We get the kill here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Go
But
top.
now game is kind of hard to play
It's
because
very,
they're
very
like
hard to
super
play.
hard.
I think we get
Yeah.
close, but just way too many
Now
mistakes.
you actually, I think you
I'm
you don't get
I
the game.
still don't have it. Yeah, I still don't have it.
Yeah.
Farming just became a lot more difficult. That's what I'm saying. The lead that I had earlier, I just completely messed it up
Yeah.
with the dying in the bush, dying at dragon, and just not doing anything with that little lead that I had. Just diminished it
Yeah. Because
basically.
you didn't get it here, so maybe like if you didn't die, let's say here, or instead like took out one extra wave somewhere else, you might have had your Lich Bane for this. The outcome
Exactly.
is different. But
Yeah.
like it could be said like it's easy to say, in retrospect, but that's basically how game works. You always, if you make like one bad decision, it might cost you something in the.
Correct.
So at this point, I know it like becomes super hard. It's still, if you play well, maybe
I
because
mean, we
your
have some good
team
fights.
comp.
Vayne proves to be
Yeah,
mechanically gifted. She makes some really nice plays, but you'll see. You'll see very, very soon.
we'll see if there are any plays now, but they're like soul point, and basically with every fight that you lose, it like progressively becomes like harder to play. But still, Veigar is kind of useless,
So
so
they're on
that's kind
drag.
of
I
good.
make this call that they're on drag.
Yeah.
I don't know what happens to me here. I don't know. Oh, I get baby. I didn't think that. No.
This is fine. He flashed, but now you're looking to like join your team.
So this works really well.
That's it.
So look at
Yes, this
this.
W. Okay,
She's
we'll
doing
go.
fine. I
Yeah,
felt
I
like
think this
Senna should have.
fight was much better.
Yeah.
We'll see. Here you get vision. This is fine. See, you almost one shot him.
I can't believe I don't
Yeah,
kill him.
that goes. It doesn't matter. He
He died. He
dies.
died.
He's
He
out of the
dies.
fight.
Okay.
Yeah. So now you're looking to like fight this. Like this guy is a bit overextended.
Yeah.
A
Vayne
big
does such a
fight.
good
So why
job.
is that? Yeah. So she's fighting this. So basically, looking at this, you should win this fight now. Because there is. Okay, he's here. We'll see. I think this W was not needed like this. I think like if you put it here, I think you could have done that. So you're maybe a bit like early on your W because your Y used ult. So if you put W here, you just kind of do a lot more. But this is all fine. This is fine. Here you're hitting this guy, so you're basically hitting the closest guy.
And she leaves me.
Yeah.
Which was so confusing. I'm like, you're here with me 1 minute, then you just leave?
Yeah. So I don't think there was like. So you control your ult. I cannot really see, but I think like your ult is this.
It's right on top of Nasus. Oh no, it's right there. I got confused with that thing. Yeah, it's right
here.
Yeah. That's
So
not it. That's orange
maybe.
thing. It's right above Hecarim. I think. It's hard. If you you can see the. If you look up, go up. You see the little orb? That.
This.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's
also.
That's the whole thing. So it's
should
still
be
inside.
like moved like to here.
Yeah.
So you should be like moving to here. This is also something I do. I just don't move my ult, but you have to do it because you use it on Veigar, but you're not moving it. It moves slowly, but you can still like start doing damage here. I think you have enough ticks. I'm not sure, but see, it's just staying here, so you need move this, and I think with W maybe. Here DC is correct. So because this guy is overextended, it's good that DC is what we talked about. Like because this is the fight frontline, and this guy is super overextended. He's not allowed to do this. He just dies here. So this E from you was good.
Oh, Vayne should have came back and helped us, I think. I think that would have been the right
I
plan,
think,
Vayne.
yeah,
If
she
she goes
should be like
back, we win.
kiting to here
Because Nasus is just going to
because,
Q her
but
and
she
she's going to
was
die.
also like focused on this, so she kills it. But not, yeah, she's probably. I think it's fine from her to like
Yeah.
kill Trist.
Yeah, it works out either way. The son of a...
Now you two kind of got separated, so it was unlucky. I think you don't have. Let's see if maybe some cooldowns that you had. That's might be like the one thing. Actually, I want to be following you. Okay, W was okay, not the best, but it was okay. E was good. Q auto attack is good. And basically, you do not get a chance to do anything here, I think. Yeah, there's just no room. Yeah, so I think you did everything in this fight.
Yeah.
Honestly, like the way you played it, there wasn't like you could not have done anything differently.
Okay, so I also want to talk about build optimization really fast. So if you press tab, so now I'm starting to think, what is the build issue?
Mhm.
I'm starting to realize that Oblivion Orb is like, unless they have, this is the only way I'm building Oblivion Orb. Other people don't agree, but to me it makes sense. If somebody has built-in healing like ability, not Yumi,
Mhm.
right? And like not Yumi, Garen, or Silas. Like let's say Hecarim might have like a little bit of healing, but
Okay.
nothing to the level of like a Yumi or a Silas. And he doesn't have any other items that's healing him. I just don't think
Mhm.
Oblivion Orb is worth it. Now here's why I say that, because they end up getting Negatron Cloak. So now
Mhm.
if I'm looking at my build path, I have to decide between Void Staff, Oblivion Orb, or Hourglass, right? And it becomes I can't get all three of those. Well, wait. No, I
Yeah,
can't.
or one thing
Or Rabadon,
like good
right? So
or Abaddon, yeah.
I can't get all of those. So you're
Okay.
almost forced to choose
So let's
between like I don't know. And it was hard for me at
see
this
how much.
point. 9K.
Mm,
I only have
I
157
don't
after
know.
that death, right? Like this is what do I buy? I
How
buy
do you
that,
buy this?
which is
Yeah.
probably dumb, right? Because it's so late. I'm never gonna get the max out of it to stack it.
Yeah,
I
but
should just
okay. So you have 1,000. Yeah, it's super like hard here.
Oblivion maybe. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I'm starting to think Oblivion Orb just isn't worth it, because you can just go Ludens,
Yeah.
Lichbane, Hourglass, Rabadon, and go Void Staff, and only buy Oblivion if they have more than 2 or 3 people that
Hmm.
have healing. Right, Olaf with Core Drinker, and then Yumi or Aatrox and someone else with healing. But if it's just like very minimal healing, I don't think it's worth. That's what I'm thinking.
Here you can even consider not buying anything because they cannot end here. Tristana is dead, and like they are pushing this, but it's like only 3 people for your 5, so you can even not buy anything here and save gold. If they were like all 5 here, and this might be like the last fight, then you need like to spend your gold. Then it might be maybe good to get like a stopwatch or something like that, because if you lose a fight, you just lose the game. It's like one fight that will decide the game. But in this scenario, they cannot really end here because they're missing 2 members.
Okay.
So here you are not forced to buy anything. Because you can just like farm 200 more gold and get like needlessly large rod. And why like needlessly large rod here? Because basically like, you're just so far behind, like compared to like Tristana, even maybe like Veigar now. He already has some items like Hecarim, Nasus. If you go defensive now, he doesn't go. You still die. So what you are looking for is dish out as much damage as possible before you die.
Yep, makes sense.
So that's like the reasoning. If you are behind, you basically cannot afford to go defensive items.
Hmm.
Like if you are kind of super behind like this. If you're maybe slightly behind, then yeah, you itemize kind of normally. But like if Tristana is so much fed, and like you see in team fights, you just do not do enough damage to Hecarim, and he kind of just one shots you. So having this, it just prolongs like your life by 5 to 10 seconds. They just kill you after like Zonya sends. like it's not worth it, at least in my opinion. So you just go like full Glass Canyon, and hopefully, like with Flash, you can maybe outplay his ult and stuff like that. So you're basically looking for an outplay, and if you have more damage here, basically they are just trolling.
Yeah.
This is kind of good for your team. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
How you can afford like to push, you can also look to get sideline farm. So because you can't really get anything from, like, you cannot siege this. So look to take as much like farm possible, because you need like maybe, let's say, stopwatch, or maybe finish codex for next fight. So you have like a small downtime now for 30 seconds, because for like 30-40 seconds they cannot do anything because Hecarim is not on the map. So you should be looking like to take blue buff, take bot farm, push the wave as far as possible, so it takes them like a longer to like push it in and siege, so they waste like Baron and everything. But actually you get mid, so I guess that's nice. It happens. I mean, it shouldn't happen, but it happens. It's so good. Unlucky that you didn't get like a shutdown, but
Yep, that's what I was kind of trying to get greedy for.
yeah.
Oh man.
But now
I
actually,
think I ended up dying here, and I knew it, so I started passing back. But there's way like that.
yeah, her damage.
Done.
Yeah, her damage is just. You basically need to stand like, if
I-
she's here, you need to stand here. Like,
Yeah.
So
Dead. I
so
trolled, so it's my fault.
yeah, but like at this mode, she rapid fire can and everything, so it's super hard.
It's times like this makes me miss playing ADC. Oh man.
I don't know, it's, but still, like, even at this point, it's maybe winnable still, because
I know it
again,
definitely
you
was.
can,
It definitely was.
yeah.
All we had to do is
You-
prioritize the Triss and me stop fucking up, and we'd be fine until you see the end.
Mhm. So basically, maybe like in this fight, you did everything correctly. I think there wasn't anything you could have done differently. I think maybe patting, if I think about it, because Brand was here and you were coming here, you can anticipate Hecarim. Also, you can maybe like try to go away from Senna, so he has to kind of choose. But it's like a super small thing. Maybe you didn't even have time because you wanted to throw W. So maybe, but I would say like this fight overall, you kind of did everything correctly. So, or at least as best as you could do as a victor. So this was like fine, but other fights, they maybe played a little bit differently. Maybe the outcome would be different, but you still get like chances, to play. And I think that's actually quite good, because you're still ahead. Because you put Veigar so far behind, he's kind of useless.
Yeah.
So he's not doing much in this game. So that's what keeps like this game going. If Veigar was fed in this game,
It'd be over.
okay, but yeah, wait soon.
Go back.
Back?
Yeah, go back. I just
Even
didn't
further.
understand what we were doing here.
So I think you kind of need to fight for this.
Oh yeah.
You're going top.
Oh,
It's fine. Yeah, like Drake is up soon, I guess.
absolutely.
Should be.
Well, yeah, it's up in I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, that doesn't show, but like 45 seconds. I think this is like great timer, something like that.
It's coming up now, and I'm on my way down, but she's dead.
Yeah, that's unlucky, but it's not up to you because you have TP and you want to maybe catch top wave. But still, maybe the fight will be good. We'll see. Because you kill Hacker,
Actually,
okay, now.
fight is actually not bad, not bad.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. So now this is the moment you join. So you need to W here.
Really, I was thinking to separate those two from the fight.
Yeah, that's also like a viable like W here. That's also,
it's hard.
you see this?
Uh,
What you talked about your ult. Your ult, basically, this is your ult, right?
oh wait, you wanted me to
Somewhat.
ult here, or?
Oh no, I thought you did.
No,
Yeah,
I
I have
haven't
no
ulted.
idea. Like,
Yeah, that's W.
Wait, this is Victor's W range.
Yeah, that's W. Yeah, well,
It looks so huge.
it's W, and then I ulted Trist and them down there. I think we actually almost killed Trist here. Maybe,
So
I don't think so.
Yeah, so I think actually that what you did was correct here. So when you join the fight, this is already happening. Veigar. Okay, so this W is a bit like too quick again. You can be a little bit more patient with it. Like maybe just a few seconds. Because they can still like keep the ordinary. But if you're not now, like here, now it's like a super valuable. Because they cannot go through it. And this will like expire soon. And they're like still hitting Gorn, see. This ult is good. I think here you just need to try and kill her.
I try.
Yeah, like maybe like your Q wasn't cooldown or something, but
I think I was
yeah,
just
they
so
got
worried.
great.
Yeah.
I don't think like you could have done anything much. Maybe like more patient with W and try to zone, but then again, you do not have damage us, so kind of doomed. Now with like this Drake, it becomes super hard. You see, you're just tickling him, so that's like basically now you depend on Vayne killing Nasus and Hecarim, and
Oh yeah, and they got Mountain Drake.
now as a strategy, it even becomes viable to try to like just suicide for backline. Either that or try to kill your Vayne, like, because at this point you're kind of useless. You did not keep up with Nasus and Hecarim with their tanks.
Nope.
So your damage output is not like you should have like two more items, like Void and Rabadon, to be able to hurt them. But because you're so far back, so now your kind of play style needs to change. So you're not really looking to. So now you can maybe look to use your W to peel Vayne, which is sometimes you can do it on like different. For example, you're playing Orianna. So
Yeah, that actually makes sense. I think when we started talking that Vayne was our win condition.
do you play Orianna as well?
Yeah, I played her. I
So,
played her a few times
yeah.
yesterday. Yeah, sometimes I like Ori, sometimes over Victor. It depends.
Yes, so let's do like Orianna. If you're ahead, you can look to like use Q and ult to like kill the backline and damage and everything. But if you're super behind, then it's valuable to use ult to peel your AD carry, because like your AD carry is pretty much your whole team now at this point. The only one doing damage. So now maybe if like Vayne does something crazy, you can win, but the chances are like very slim. You actually get the pick here, but yeah, she dies. Next. Sure he doesn't die.
So low. I get her so low.
Okay, this is fine. But I kind of feel that this is just stalling, so this is good.
Okay,
The
and
making this farm is correct. Not pushing the wave. Now
okay.
because you see her here, she's kind of trolling. Now you hard for this.
I don't know how I. That's a bug. That's how I got stunned. On my screen, I didn't see that. The cage, it didn't show up. I was just stunned. Like it's like in the wall. You'll probably see it if you play it. Like, it's
Yeah,
very
there are some.
weird.
Yeah, there are some like visual bugs with Veigar, and
Yeah,
there
I
are
was
like
like, what the?
what's yeah.
And
So
then
what you're, I guess you don't have. It's hard to say. Like if you force this might be good, but your team doesn't see it in time, so it's
yeah,
whatever.
it is what it is. If you want
Here
to
you
jump,
can still like,
I think we go to try to kill her. If you want to jump to the last
yeah,
fight, that could be the last
yeah,
fight.
nice. Hmm.
I don't
So
think I'm
here
here
now
for that one.
they're kind of troll. trolling now because they have no Tristana. Actually, they died. So how do they not end here?
Troll.
Why do they not? Okay, just Veigar out here. So they cannot end. I guess you defend.
Yep. Yep.
Problem with like games like this is that like Vayne is now basically same items as
Yeah, she's
Tristana.
at that point, yeah. But I
Yeah.
think
Also, problem is like your Nexus is naked, so it's hard to defend. Especially with, I don't know, like doesn't show when
doesn't
Elder
show,
spawn.
but it's coming soon.
Yeah.
It's coming soon, and
Yeah, 50 seconds. So yeah, if Y doesn't come,
yep.
then it's, yeah, it's just doomed.
Oh my god. Yep. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
So I don't understand. Like, do they do that in your elo? Like, do junglers go across the map when Elder is showing
No,
up?
not really. It doesn't happen.
Oh my goodness.
Because I lose my whatever years I have left. So yeah, like the conclusion. Like if you look at this game,
I didn't
all those
transition
different
my
angles.
lead right at all.
Mhm.
I think that's what I'm trying to work on, because this game was like, for me, this game is like what I need to fix if I want to get to the next level, or if I plan on getting better, because I had such a great lead. Like, and if I was like,
Yep.
if I was at your level, or if I was challenger and I was playing in this elo, I would have recognized, like, I recognized that I had the lead, but now it's just like, what do I do with it?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, and if I'm able to figure that out, because I'm slowly learning how to win lane, I'm slowly learning like what I'm supposed to do in lane, and I'm getting better at that. But this was just like a really, really good prime example that I thought of what happens when somebody knows how to win lane and then they don't know how to transition it. It basically is all for nothing.
Yeah. So basically, let's say this guy that you played, so he's like, I guess you are kind of what's the thing? You are at the same elo, so it's like what, silver 1 gold. But you can already see, and what I said, and kind of obvious that he just lacks the fundamentals of laning. And for him, there's like, I would say there is no hope, but there is like nothing he does after laning matters anymore. It's all like completely coin flip because he just doesn't. He's dropping like 20 CS for no reason, making bad teleport plays. So for him, there is like nothing, I don't know, to help him when it comes to lane phase. So your lane phase is much cleaner. We talked about some things, but there were a lot of like good things as well. You know, like warding, spotting Hecarim, like one thing lane phase still like getting more value out of your E's, being a bit more aggressive and saving your E's for the whole wave when you want to push. But those are like, at this point, those are like minor optimizations. Like, what problems you kind of had in the beginning when we started like talking, now I would say this looks much. I guess we were going over different champions, but still.
Yeah, it's champ pool first, yeah, and trade
Yeah.
patterns.
Yeah. So now this looks like much better because you're not, I don't know, you're kind of mindful of your mana. You're going for poke, so you're not like committing into like whole wave, or you're not doing like random stupid things. So now it looks much better. Just if you want to work on it like more, there are like few optimizations that I pointed out, like I said, hitting like E and stuff like that. But you know, it will probably come with practice, and it's not like a big thing. Like if you're failing, if you're constantly just running into your enemies, then that's just stupid. But if you like miss your E, you just play a few games where you think about it. It's easily fixable.
Yeah, I've been
So
trying
I
to
think,
practice more every day.
yeah, definitely it comes with practice. So
Yeah.
that's when it comes to laning. I think it's fine. Like when we are going, when we will talk about different things, I think we will still talk about lane,
Yeah,
but maybe
definitely.
not as much. Yeah, because there are not any like obvious weaknesses and problems. I mean, not obvious, but like big. Like this Veigar, he has like big problems with his laning, and he cannot look to do anything else to fix those. But at your point, I think you are starting to get pretty good understanding of the fundamentals. So like value of CS, experience, recall timing, like boarding, stuff like that. So I think it's slowly falling to place, those pieces.
Awesome.
Yeah, yeah. So that's good. And so now, as you said, like next level, or now that you need to practice more, that's like what do you kind of do after? How do you impact? How do you kind of play the game outside of your lane?
Yeah.
And I think mainly focus on so playing with your jungler. That's like the biggest thing.
I'm gonna try that today when
Yeah,
I play. Just
yeah,
after I win lane, see where my jungler's at. If she's in the jungle, follow
yeah.
her. Try to catch my waves when I can. Um, and I'm also gonna try to not force things. Like when I forced the fight on Veigar,
Yeah,
I shouldn't have done that. I should have just waited. I should have just played behind maybe Vi. Like if Vi was gonna commit for that, because that'd be the tankiest
mhm,
person there, quote unquote. I just follow her on the play, even if I knew it was dumb. Um, because as Victor, I want to be behind someone. I want to get these E's
yeah,
off, right? And I think sometimes I get caught up in the fact that yeah, I'm Victor. I'll just EQ auto ult you and one shot you, which sounds
yeah,
cool, but then again, I'm just one shotting the Veigar, who isn't even a threat, quote unquote. It's like Triss, Hecarim, and everyone else that
yeah.
is really the threat. So
It's not worth like with throw mages because you play off your cooldowns, and it's not worth like I know if you're an assassin, for example, if you jump in and kill ADC and you die in the process,
it's
it's
worth.
okay. Yeah, because your job is primarily to kill ADC, and your whole toolkit, like your spells and everything, they are based around going in, getting that pick, and like surviving is a luxury. If it happens, it's nice, but if you get like a second or third rotation. But with like Victor or Rihanna, it's not like that. It's usually never worth like one-shotting the ADC. In some cases, it is. It's a rule, but usually because your cooldowns are lower and you can constantly just dish out damage. So you should kind of prioritize staying safe and doing damage
Uh huh.
in team fights. So I would say those two things like you could focus on next. So playing with your jungler as like a rule of thumb macro play. So moving to side, we're trying to support your jungler, and in team fights, like focus on okay, so you cannot like just stand back. You need to kind of walk up sometimes to do damage, but kind of try to balance it, staying safe and doing damage. So
Hmm.
with time, we'll have like more maybe games to analyze and start developing a feeling for when you can walk up when it's dangerous, stuff like that. Because you also need to think about what do enemies have. If Brand has ult and Hecarim has ult, then you need to be afraid of like walking too close to Hecarim because he can ult. And if you don't have a flash, if you get feared, you just die most likely. Like, what is the range of Hecarim ult? What is the range of Veigar cage? What I don't know, what is the range of Nasus slow? Stuff like that. So that's like should be your mindset when it comes to team fights. So yeah, do you have any more questions? Maybe.
That was it. Thank you. I'm sure next time we talk, I'll hopefully be halfway through gold and
Hmm.
have some new problems.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
yeah, it's always yeah. So what's your like plan? Like platinum?
Um, Diamond 4.
Do you
I'm
have any
very Diamond 4 is
diamond?
the highest, but like I want to get platinum first, but end of the season, I think I can get diamond 4 if I try really, 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 really hard
Mhm.
and really be diligent, really practice, really be critical of myself. I think I can get diamond 4. I think I have the
Mhm.
drive to get it. And then next season, I want to try to get master or grandmaster. I know it's a long shot, but like this is the first season out of like the past 3 4 years that I played League that I've um seen the game from a different view. Like I'll be honest, when I used to play ADC, I used to think like oh well, like I'm mechanically better than everyone else, so I'll just use that to carry myself.
Mhm.
And I felt like I would play League here and there, and I would just hop on and feel like I was really good. But now that like I see the game through a different vision, I see that there's a lot that I can improve on, and I just think if I get my macro better, improve my micro. Like obviously, I think mechanics are micro, but bring the macro
Mhm.
together, I could get a high elo, and it'll make the game more enjoyable because there's a lot more for me to learn. Um,
Yeah,
so platinum first, and then hopefully diamond 4.
yeah.
Really,
You you'll definitely see like the higher you go, the more interesting becomes because it's also like your enemies so like fighting back, you know. So
exactly. That's
then.
I'm scared of that a little. I don't know, like it's weird because I used to play like Call of Duty competitively, so I have an
Mhm.
idea of what it's like to play somebody who's just as good as you, and
Mhm.
those little
Well, which
things
which
matter.
Call of Duty?
I played Call of Duty competitively for Modern Warfare 3.
Okay, because
Uh,
I played the old ones, but not like the modern ones. I played like Call of Duty 2 and like the 4.
Call of Duty 4. I didn't. I mean, I played those like pubs and stuff, but I didn't really get into like game battles and tournaments until like
Mhm.
Modern Warfare 3, and that's when I was like doing scrims every day. And I mean, I haven't
Oh,
played
really?
Halo. I played Halo 3 a lot, and Halo 3 is very competitive because you have like the ranking
Oh, okay, so
system.
I didn't know you kind of already had like a competitive background.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
I think it helps with like when you start a new game. For me, basically, I played some Dota
Ah, that
before,
makes sense. Yeah, Dota's a
yeah,
shitty game.
but it was I don't know,
Oh
but it
man.
was like long time ago, like when I
Yeah.
was in like high school, and I know I played Call of Duty as well, but it was always played a lot, but it was never super competitive, and I was never thinking too much about the game. And like
Uh-huh.
League of Legends was the only game I kind of started
Yeah.
playing a bit more like really competitively, kind of not
Yeah.
completely, but so I think you also have probably that kind of an edge because you already understand like what do you need to focus on, how to work every day, like the improvement and everything. It's not
Mhm.
like you are just playing the game. You already have, you know what it means to like to get better at the game.
Yeah. So hopefully it goes smoothly. The only thing is like um trying not to like tilt like I said, like the Vi tilted me because I just knew
Hmm.
the place he was making didn't make any sense, and I'm just like I'm okay with like team fighting, and let's say we just get outplayed. Like let's say someone like it's a mechanical thing, they miss an ability or something. Like I can kind of take that, but like lately macro errors, even though I make a lot, but like big macro errors like backing for drag
Yeah.
or across the map when Elder's spawning or like something really dumb
Hmm.
really is like bothersome. Um, so I mean, it's something I just have to just work on and just
Yeah, I guess.
relax. Yeah, and just
Are those like Call of Duty? It's like 3 versus 3, right?
well, Call of
Or,
Duty, the one I played, it was 4 versus 4. Oh, that's actually a good. That's actually a good thing. Call of Duty was 4 versus 4 when I played. I don't know if it's. I know
mhm.
it switched at one point. Oh no, it went to 5 versus 5, but it was four
Okay.
versus four back in Modern Warfare 3, and
Hmm.
you played a game mode, two game modes. It was Search and Destroy and Capture the Flag.
Hmm.
And in Search and Destroy, there was choke points, whether you're on defense or offense, that you would hold the map. If you're on defense, there were prime spots that you would use to watch where the enemy would come from, and the enemy knew where you'd be at, right? Because
Hmm.
they'd have an
Yeah.
idea because as you play, there's only so many places you can hide, right? So I wouldn't say hide, but choke points that you could watch.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand
So,
that.
but the thing is, as your teammates died, enemies realized and they rotated. and you had to rotate because you had to cover more of the map, right? You had to cover more ground.
Mhm.
Your vision would be less, but you had to spread out more or get closer. It all depends. But one thing was you always want to take your yeah. Oh, that's okay. You always want to take a 2v1 gunfight. If you had the chance, you always numbers advantage. You always want the 2v1 because
Mhm.
if you trade, the chances are you might not have to trade 1-1. You might come out 2-0, or if you do, you end up getting a kill for their kill, so you end up matching.
Yeah, yeah. So it's always like in your favor, or even
Exactly.
no matter what happens. I think
Exactly.
I watched, like, when it comes to League of Legends, I watched a lot of different, or maybe read different things on like mentality and stuff like that, because it's okay. One thing is the game, but there is like always so much. Like when you get a bit higher, you realize that there are many things to learn anymore. Because there's like basics and that's it. Now it just becomes like who performs better. You know?
Correct. Correct.
So
Yeah.
it becomes like mental thing, like who can be more consistent and who can go for more consistent plays, but also yeah, about your teammates. So I think it FPS kind of games.
Well,
It's
FPS games, I mean, it'd be vice versa because FPS, whereas League is not so much like Dopa's not really good. Let me not say he's not really good, but Dopa's not like crazy mechanically. He'll just kill you with his macro gameplay, right? Like
yeah,
he is always at the right spot. He always manipulates waves. He just always makes the right play, so he doesn't have to outplay you mechanically. Whereas like Call of Duty, you could be like in the right spot but you could get outgunned because you just don't have the mechanics,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
So it goes. That's kind of like where ADC kind of took over for me because ADC was so mechanical that even if like I was in the wrong spot, if another ADC showed up, and let's say he had an item on me, if I'm Vayne, I get the condemn off, you know,
Yeah, you
tumble,
can
like
still do
you
something.
get the outplay. But
But
yeah, when you play
I
better
think
players,
I
it doesn't
think
work that way.
Yeah, I think that's like what I struggled the most for the longest time, because I kind of played Call of Duty, and like even when I played Dota, it was a bit different because it was maybe played on that level. Maybe like the general understanding of MOBA games wasn't as high, of like macro and stuff. We all just play the game. Nobody
Exactly.
really, like, there was a pro scene, but like I played at a like decent level when I would play like in houses with some pros and stuff like that. But I never was at the highest level, and uh, maybe there was like some macro and stuff like that, but it wasn't as, I don't know, advanced or whatever. But
Correct.
still, you play the game, you have kind of an idea what to do, but it came kind of more to like your personal skill, like micro stuff like that.
Did
So
you
when I
I'm sorry,
yeah.
continue.
No, what did you want to ask?
I was gonna say, did you play Valorant at all?
I tried it, but I don't know.
You didn't like it? Okay, yeah.
Like
But
FPS games, I don't know.
well,
I don't have time for like, to commit to many games, so I just stick to one. It
to
kind
League,
of,
yeah. I played
yeah.
Valorant when it first came out, and um, I played CS:GO a little bit before, but
Mhm.
not that much. But I played Valorant in that game. So here's a good example. CS:GO is not like it's mechanic based, but not in the full sense. Like CS:GO is more like accuracy based, but there's no jumping around
Mhm.
movement. Like this is not like that. So with Valorant, with CS:GO, I never made it far because I didn't play it a lot. I didn't really care that much, and
Yeah, yeah.
but Valorant, I like that Valorant has a player named Jet and she moves around a lot. She has a lot of abilities. She has a high ceiling, right?
Mhm.
And Valorant was the first time that it was the first time I played Valorant, and I think I played for like a month or so, but I was really dedicated. Like I was waking up early. I was doing I don't know if you know what aim labs is, but basically you have
Yeah,
to
yeah.
yeah, I was doing that for an hour a day, and I ended up reaching plat like 3. So I was like one away from diamond,
Mhm.
and I was like, wow, that's weird. Like, I'm actually relatively decent at the game, you know? And it was because I think with Jet, there's more to it. Like, you can move around. So I think I've always geared more towards mechanic play. I think that's why
Yeah,
League for me when I first started was really hard because I always thought, hey, I'm gonna 1v5. I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah, yeah.
1v5, but then you realize The
Yeah, you
game
just
isn't built that way, and
yeah,
Riot
yeah, it's not,
just
not possible. Yeah.
yeah, it used to be when you could 1v9 with LeBlanc or something, but the way
Yeah,
Riot
from
has
what I've heard, like
yeah,
that they changed
yeah,
the direction. And I
yeah.
also
Hmm.
what I started like talking about took me a long time to realize, like because in like Counter Strike, like Call of Duty, even if your teammates are maybe bad, there
You could
is like
carry.
yeah, if you're like super good mechanically, your aim is on point. Like no matter if it's a bad situation, you can do like a clutch or something.
Yep.
But in League, there is like no really clutch. You cannot like outplay 20 things. You can maybe outplay one, two, but like
But you
if
can't
enemy
outplay
AD,
that point and click CC.
yeah, 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 or if enemy AD sees like one item up, he just destroys you with auto attacks. There, like you cannot dodge auto attacks. It's so
Exactly.
there is like a room for outplay, but not as much as in like FPS games. And in FPS games, even if like your team is maybe like kind of trolls one round, you still get another round, like a reset. Maybe economically you reset and buy guns, so it kind of reset like the whole game. You get another chance. But in League of Legends, if you fall behind, it's just over. There is no like, reset. So
Exactly.
it's I think it's mentally more taxing because now let's say your jungler fucked up, your bot lane is fading, you're losing the game, you get 3-man mid, and you just have to play for 20 minutes a losing game with like 10% chance to win, and it's not your fault, and there is
Yeah.
nothing you can do about it.
Sometimes
But
I like those games though. Like last night, I don't know if you watch. You probably don't watch LCS. I don't think, but maybe
I watched
LEC.
some games. I watched like Cloud9 and game
Yeah.
before that. I think it was Immortals.
So
I'm not sure.
TSM was behind against Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians was like 6-0, 7-0. I don't think
Yeah,
TSM had objective control with Dragon, but TSM ended up stealing Baron, and the Camille made a misplay. I guess I don't know if she saw the Alistar or not. I thought she saw it because I saw it on his screen. Maybe he didn't see it, but um, I guess the Camille was trying to split, which makes sense because Camille's a good split pusher. But I think the player
yep,
is not. I don't think he knew what he was doing exactly. Like it was weird, but um, for that example, what I like is when pro teams are behind and they play it through. And I wish solo queue was like that sometimes. Sometimes
yeah.
people are like, "Oh, are we really gonna sit here and wait 15 minutes to for one W?" I'm like, you queued up. You queued up for a game. Play the game, and you queued up and you chose Kog'Maw or you chose Vayne. Like, it's gonna take you a while to scale unless. Okay, so in a vacuum, let's say you're playing other people who knew what to do, they wouldn't feed your lane, right? If they knew it,
Yep.
if they knew that you're a scaling champ, they're gonna try to end the game sooner because they know once it gets 35, 40 minutes, this is where you're at the peak of your game. So that's what you have to try to do. You have to play the game out if you end up don't getting fed early. You have to now play the game out to 35, 40 minutes so then you can get that lead. But people pick scaling champs and want to win in 20, 25 minutes when the other person has like, I don't know, a Kha'Zix or somebody who's really strong early game like Lee Sin. And I'm in my mind, I'm like, oh, if we just wait another 20 minutes or another 15 minutes, we win this. But
Yep.
it's never like that. Yeah, it's never
It
like
is
that.
like a curse and maybe like a gift of solo queue because even the higher you go, like some games I played in like at the beginning of season, my MMR was a bit higher, so I was kind of matched with like real like Diamond One players.
Oh,
So
yeah,
there is like a jump, from
I've
let's
heard.
say low platinum and like Diamond 4. Like there is quite a huge gap because players are like decent at Diamond 4. They're not super good, but it's decent level of play. Nobody does like too stupid mistake. It's like okay, it's fun to play. Somebody AFKs sometimes it's whatever, but most of the games like are fine. But then the gap between like Diamond 4 and Diamond 1 is also like super big. There's like a huge jump because games are like super fast. Everybody like rotates and does everything. Like there is no downtime. Like you cannot afford to lose even 1 or 2 seconds. You just have to be like on top of your game. So in those kinds of games, problematic if something bad happens, you just do not get any options, kinda,
Oh
because
yeah,
enemies won't
yeah.
let you know. So that's kind of a. But then again, if you play maybe correctly, they might fuck up because it's not professional play. Like in professional play, they will give you even less options because they're like super good players, all of them.
Exactly. But even then,
So
even professionals mess up. Even
yeah,
then,
yeah, but then like the margin is like super super small. You have to make a super good outplay somewhere super smart, you know. But so
but I
I
think,
guess
uh,
yeah,
I, I I think about that, and I'm like, I wonder if it's like, I'm like, is it fun to play like that where you can't make mistakes? But then I realize it becomes habit. Like you just naturally won't like. Bjerg is not going to make simple mistakes. Like here, as you're sitting here and you're teaching me about wave and stuff like that, to him it's second nature, right? Like he
yeah,
probably
yeah,
won't make that mistake. His minuscule mistakes are probably like, um, I don't know. I should have jungle tracked. Maybe I missed something, or I misclick. His is probably more mechanic misclicks than it is like, oh, I overpushed the wave. Like he knows already by this time. So maybe it's just like
I'll show
regular.
you. I'll send you like just I'll send you a video of uh, so Showmaker is playing Victor into Akali, and it is if I can maybe find it. It's like from his stream, so it's like his point of view, and mm, I'll look for it. I'm not sure where it is. Uh, but anyway, it's like the when you see how good the pro players actually are, when you look like point of view. I basically watched just one video of this guy, this professional player playing versus Akali, and now I try to do it
It doesn't
like
work.
versus Akali. It works if I do it correctly, and it's so strong. Like everything that he does, if you like replicate it, because he has it like down to a science, every poke. Like he doesn't use his ease too much not to run, so he queues like with
You said it was
pokes with
Showmaker
Q.
versus
I think
Akali.
yeah, I'll try to find it and say I cannot find it immediately for some
Is
reason.
it the? Do you watch Challenger LOL replay? Is that the site? I mean, Challenger
Yeah, but
replays. Is that it?
this is like a replay, and this was like a from a stream first person, you know. So I'll
Uh,
try to find the same. And there was like one thing when he queues, but he doesn't auto attack immediately because he knows that Akali is going to like when he queues, Akali knows he's for auto attack he needs to get into the range
mhm.
for her Q. So he like walks back and then he dodges the Q and then he auto attacks. It's in power Q. And he just does that over and over and over and hits every E. And if you play like this,
Is it
then you
this one?
always uh, no, it was like from a stream first person. Like
Mm.
it's not a
Oh, okay. It was
replay.
on his stream. Okay.
Yeah. I'll definitely like find it and send it to you because I have it in history, if nothing else. Actually, yeah, never mind. I cannot find it right now, but yeah. But like the idea was just how good those players are, and you can replicate it to a certain extent. And if you can at least do it like 80% like them, you will just win every Akali lane. There's like no way for like a gold, platinum, diamond, even probably master like Akali to win the lane if you play it like that. No, because that's just the correct way. So I guess it could be replicated to a certain extent. You know, if you become consistent like that, that's like the goal, the idea, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think I'm going to go play some solo queue right now. Oh, I got a little bit hyped up.
Oh yeah. And go enjoy. I'm gonna go eat and watch some
Yeah,
games. All right. Thank you so much.
hopefully, yeah, no problem. So just like in a few days, work on those things and hit me up again and we'll talk. If you want, like the Nitra thing, whatever, I don't really need that. But what we discussed, if you still want, like, you know, to like send me money, by PayPal or whatever, it's
Yeah.
fine with me.
Yeah.
So I
Send
can
me a
send you like
PayPal. That'll work.
PayPal. Yeah, sure. Okay. So yeah, have a nice day or whatever time it is.
You too. Take care.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Alright.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다. First blood.
오케이, 먹을 거 먹으면서 힐링한다. 질 수도 있지.
一边吃东西一边治愈一下，
협곡에 오신
也是有可能会输的嘛。
환영합니다.
谢谢半运卡，谢谢江城如画的半卡。
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
谢谢大家的小礼物。
뭐야 저 사람. 아카데미 디코
네.
교육 듣고 여기까지 왔어. 아. 아니 뭐야.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
那个人怎么回事儿？ 对面的奥温说是听完什么青训的介绍之后来了，然后顺便可说我祝贺你，然后王子私信给他呀，他回消息说闭嘴。
그래가지고 여기서 뭐해?
九总在这边干嘛呀？
뭐야 이게? 뭐, 뭐, 뭐 하세요?
哦，
그라가스
这是
아니 그라가스 뭐해? 아니 샹로 조통 뭐 하는 거야?
上路九总在干嘛？
First blood.